Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Hey there, Karen Trial Watchers. We're about to talk
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what, if any, you might be. And welcome to the 10 new members, because Sebastian Müller came flying out of the gate with memberships to Russ Paranjam, I don't know, The Floofy Cat, Twobble, Mud Princess, oh, Snap Sharon, Gary Gladden, Corey, the First Mate May, Con Pope, Forrest Stump, Sarah D. When you hit the good ones like Forrest Stump, thank you so much, Sebastian Müller.
Okay, I know. I have my favorite though. Genitals might be my favorite.
Genitals is always great. Normally, genitals were here every morning, so we could say good morning, genitals, because it's a good thing to say good morning, genitals. But
I will never be too adult for that.
And Bry Bear, been here for 7 months. Thank you for 7 months. And also gifting 5 memberships to Megan Florida, Christine Lady Archer, never seen that show, Goose Toots, Terry Lynn, and Sees for Me. That's the wrong color I put on with Sebastian. I have to rectify that. So this is on the right color. And then we need the yellow pad for Bry Bear. And as always, you get access to the Zoobird, and that's about all I do for my members. No, I do release my videos earlier for members, which I don't know if it's appreciated that they have it 2 hours before everyone else, but I like it to do a little because I'm such a bad YouTuber.
I know. I I get all like Mondays are my great days for member days because usually I start off the week with like, I am going to be functional this week. And I get like things pre-recorded. And then about Thursday, I'm like, who is my name again?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
But I just feel, and M-Spy has been here for a month. Much love, Big and Mo and Val. And Jessica Thomas has been here for 8 months. And I always get that every time I think, "Oh, let's do a members only." But then I sit around thinking, there's so many nice people out there that you wanna. And again, it's very much appreciated every member you got. But there's also people who might not have the $2 to be a member, and
Yeah.
that's why I'm such a bad grifter. Hey, AJ.
We are like the same person. I must be Danish.
Samesies.
Same twinsies.
And congratulations to Manda's 11-year-old niece. I was at a 70th birthday this Saturday, a 20-year-old and a 50-year-old. No, that's not right. Yeah, that's right. 20 and 50. And
I was about to say, wait a minute, that does math correctly. Like, that's the one easy slow pitch I'm going to get today.
Hey, anime. Well, I am a bad grifter because I should do all this. Hey, thank you, Stacey and Bruno, for 5 gifted memberships. To Hank Brennan Spinky, Bad Duck, Star Chris Set, Nursey Dog Mom, and Amber LMT, and 5 gifted membership from Beth to JK Debug, Elizabeth McPherson, MG, David Brooke, and Hank's Tattletale voice. Now I should be sitting here saying, hey, everyone, thank you for joining my membership. We will have special shows every Saturday night where you can get to know the real baker and we can just hang out and talk. And if you sign up for the extra special $200 a month, you can get a link to call in once every 4 years. But you have to be a member for all 4 years. And YouTube gives you those videos. Oh, this is what you should do to grift more money. And I just feel like an asshole to do it. Thank you.
Don't forget to remind them about Discord with Stitch and Bitch and Craft and Movies.
Oh yeah. But you don't get special access because you're a member. It's free.
Oh, crap.
Because I'm a bad grifter. I've told you.
I am so bad at Discord. I'm over here like, I'm going to have movies and everything. And then I forget that I also have children and no time.
Well, I don't have. It's Jamie's place.
Morning.
Oh, talk about grifting. Hey, Valhalla.
How we doing?
Well, we are being shown a lot of membership love right now.
I got 10. Sebastian gave me 10.
Valhalla, I need your help because I think
it was you. He gave 10.
Kid...
I thought it was me. No, he gave both of us 10. Why didn't that pop?
He did it on my goat stream.
Oh, yeah, because he gave me 10. So I said, thank you so much. I thought, did I miss one? That's not nice of me. Will Beth fall asleep again this week? I know from a very reputable source, Wendy Murphy, that she absolutely Sue NBC Boston. She didn't fall asleep. She's very attentive and she's a great judge.
A lot of people were saying they heard some snoring the other day. I didn't hear any snoring.
I have heard that constantly, like someone is dying. You can hear it constantly. No, there's a. So yeah.
Well, I think she just got COPD.
You can chop your segments up.
Apnea.
Oh,
you can chop your segments up and repackage them as live. Yeah, but that's more work. That's another thing. Everyone who's saying, "Hey, why don't you do 8-minute videos three times a day and sell some K-cup coffee? Because that's the way to be a YouTuber." Because I'm an idiot, so I stream 7 hours a day instead.
Thank you
chop that
for giving 5 memberships, Sebastian Mueller.
Yeah.
Did I say it right?
Mueller.
Yeah, you can say Mueller.
Okay. Well, something amalgamation just like that. So those went to Tons of Fun 911, Graft, Granny, Charlene, Crafty, and K-Mat Queen, or K-Mat Red Queen. English is my only language, and yet I screwed up more than Plevin.
That a girl.
Been a miracle today.
No habla futardo.
Oh my God, is that,
Tumblr.
can I get that? Like, that just made my dream.
Marissa sent this one to me.
That's outstanding. I like that a lot.
I love it. Oh, so I need signed things from both you and Valhalla that apparently my current and somewhat hours spent on working a puppet, Mr. Mo is worried about me going to Tennessee by myself.
I don't blame him.
You were supposed to be on my side. Like, I'm just slightly weird. But I do manage to function as a human being for, the last several years-ish.
You know what? I've got your back, actually. That's a creative outlet, and Mr. Mo just doesn't understand. That's all.
He does. He's just like, there are going to be people there to watch you. Like, I haven't been functional my entire life. Like I'm going to get so close to Dollywood, it's just going to be like wigs. I need a guardian, apparently, according to Mr. Mo.
Gonna come back
and Linda Lou,
exactly
sometimes
like
when you are on stream, just like now, because it doesn't pick up when I start speaking in Valhalla's end, so he will start speaking after I started speaking. So I'll just keep going until he figures out I'm talking, because I was making a point. Sometimes Mo will start speaking while I'm speaking, or I'll start speaking when Mo is speaking, because we are sitting in 3 different locations. They are not in the next room, even though it could be fun. So sometimes we'll talk over and
sitting by Denise, doing a timeline so we can get it all correct. And I'm over here texting, Baker will never shut up. He is saying everything. And then Valhalla's like, I know, right? And I was like, I'm going to wear light blue. Are you going to wear light blue?
And most times you can see if I want to talk, I pull something up on screen as a visual cue that Mo will do this. Valhalla will just ignore both of us and start talking.
Yeah, that's my stuff.
Ketchel, you need to be approved for a role in the Discord. It'll happen as soon as the mods get to you, but it's just a little, because I had a wonderful stream yesterday with Jamie. Kimmy stopped by, and
I saw that.
Yeah,
nice.
It's always a pleasure. So just to make sure not too many trolls come in.
I couldn't deal with Kimmy and the rain, so thank you for being a brave soul, and you and Jamie just fighting that one for us.
Jude's been a member for 18 months. She says it's our anniversary. 1.5 years. That's crazy. That's awesome.
You could have 2 kids by now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Is anyone doing the baby oil trial? I don't know what that trial is.
That's a federal case, so I will be doing updates. Now I think there are several creators that will be actually, according to, I think, the infamous Miss Sylvia is going up there.
Oh, nice.
She did a lot of things with the Young Thug trial, and maybe Good Logic will. I don't know, but it is a federal trial, so it's not going to be televised. I will be doing updates as they come out, but we're basically all in the dark.
And you, Valhalla, and Mo, you three need a clubhouse. It's going to be so expensive to travel. And hey, Baker, I was in Cleveland, Ohio at bike charity event. Met Richard Kyle Petty and Herschel Walker. Just was excited. Wanted to tell you. I think one of them drives a car, and the other one is a baseball player.
Bike charity event. Richard.
You are unmuted.
Richard and Kyle Petty were NASCAR drivers. Herschel Walker was quite possibly one of the greatest athletes of all time, and he was a phenomenal football player.
Oh, well, it's no Macho Man or Tatanka.
I just want someone to yell, no one puts balls in the corner. Patrick Swayze dancing upwards, like no one puts ball in the corner.
I love that.
M Spire's been a member for 2 months. That's awesome. Thank you, M. Appreciate it. And I don't know if you can see it or not, but Sebastian Mueller has been a member for 10 months over on the Goat Stream. 10-month anniversary. Time flies fast, he says. That's awesome. You guys all rock.
Yeah, Kimmy had a different. Kimmy is buying he hit the back of his head on the spoiler.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard about.
While being sideswiped. Just so anyone, yeah. Diddy, that won't happen soon, regardless. It's federal and it won't be televised. No, but we'll probably try and see if we. I was looking at it and I thought maybe you can do I'll do like a rundown in the weekend or something. Is anything fancy comes up?
Yeah, I would look at the end of the week so that you get kind of a comprehensive overview. That's how I'll be covering it, because they'll have stories come out every day. I mean, they're starting trial selection today. So there'll be a lot of stuff, but a lot of this I would wait for a full week.
So Peggy and Paul is back. Yes, allegedly, apparently they had a meeting, prom at the niece's school. That's why they left Friday. Again, according to the internets. Why does the appeal lawyer for Commonwealth look like Hank? They don't have an appeal lawyer, do they? The one who runs it in
Commonwealth would have an appellate attorney. I would think they would be more on public defender.
Well, they need somebody to fight against the appeal, I guess, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who it is. Brennan
I'm not really sure how that works.
No.
Would they not assign the attorney until they accepted the appeal, or would they have somebody?
Well, they have it running in the system with the lifelong girlfriend is here.
The grieving weirdo.
Yeah,
that's her new official name, the grieving weirdo.
Is it the one in the back or the one on the right?
It's this one in the back.
That's what I thought.
She's the one with his police number on her chain.
Yeah.
I want the defense to ask the jury to ask how the car leave bite mark, claw marks on the arm. Yeah, we all want that, but you can't do that. But again, they will have to show that it doesn't line up with facts.
Okay, the funny thing I noticed from here is Paulo Balls wants to get it as far away from the grieving weirdo as possible. Like, he is cozied up to that corner thing, and she has all this space to move over towards her, but she is sitting very close to him.
Yeah, she's such a weird person. She had nothing to do with him for 20 years. She's been married, she had a kid. And then all of a sudden she's sitting there with that picture and her strange one arm that's older than the other. It's such a weird look.
Well, it would be like me starting to wear black. Yes, this is part of my past. I lost my husband, but it's also not something that I, parade around every day and go to people and, have a little, I wouldn't go all bougie with a necklace. I'd have a nice airbrushed, rest in peace shirt. But the sentiment would be the same.
How you doing, buddy?
Who's doing IT today? It's a young lady today.
It's not Mr. Wolf.
No, he heard what Mo said about his haps.
Yeah, he's got PTSD now because of Mo.
No, he's going to grow a beard, which would hide a lot of that. So, again...
It could be like a 1/4 inch long, and it would still be a longer beard than mine. With that chin.
I don't know her name. I haven't seen her before. Maybe they do it on rotation. So Mr. Wolf had done the first 2 weeks, and now they'll have this lady on. Airbrushed rip shirt. Yeah, you want one of those with the Native American and the moon.
Very classy. Very classy.
Very classy Wolfpack shirt with the rest in peace. And then I remember
in peace.
And you needed
Undertaker.
You needed in a velvet poster as well, just so.
Well, yeah, I just don't ever show those on camera because I'm afraid that the shine coming off, because it's a matte painting on velvet, but I want to give Elvis, Dolly, and then the late
Leslie.
first Mr. Mo their trinity of importance.
Be right back.
We're not mean to him. We're just saying here. And again, we call balls and strikes equal. And again, we know we are not beauty queen, dancing queen. We're not queens. Well, Valhalla is kind of a queen. But still, if you look weird, we'll call it out. And it's not because we're misogynistic or misogynistic. It's just because you have a very pronounced Northern
Poor
German
Lally is
jaw.
already red this morning. Like, you'd think he'd come in on Monday at least, flesh toned, and then it would get progressively redder over the week.
We still need to do our Valhalla Baker and Lefty wrestling show. I'm down. The defense should be allowed to have someone from the DOJ to take the stand and talk about the investigation. Well, the door should be open, but this is Bev's courtroom. So every lawyer out there who does this thing said, yes, it's open. So that means it's hermetically sealed in Bev's room. I had a childhood friend who had Elvis in black velvet in the house, and not as a joke. I would have that.
Nice.
I have more White Claws in my possession than the judge. The tides have turned, beverage. My turn to pass out sitting up.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. For science, we need to learn how many you have to drink in order to be, Bev sleep awake apnea.
Backing up to the last comment, I can't see how the door wasn't opened by John McCabe. It doesn't make, it has to be open.
Yeah.
She told the jury that there was an investigation. She told the jury that she was part of the investigation. She told the jury that she was scot-free in the investigation. So they have to understand what the investigation was and why it happened. Otherwise, it's incredibly prejudicial towards Karen Reed, in my humble opinion.
But she denied that guy from the FBI to talk about how bad the investigations was run. So she'll probably not allow it. Because he didn't have any knowledge after. He has more knowledge than Cappy Daffy, who is the most.
Well, that's not hard, though.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Her talking about body language and you can tell people are guilty.
I just
Only
watched
hacks
that
believes in
video.
body language.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
You can't just assume body language on first.
She
you
said,
have to have a baseline.
no matter what the jury says, she's guilty. Because the juries are not the only fact finders in law.
She's got connections to the proctors. Of course, she's going to side with them.
Questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Maybe I should get an Elvis rock.
Affirmatively.
If I'm buying a new house, imagine my new studio just have a big Elvis rock.
I think you need an Elvis comforter is what you need. Get one of those
lava lamps.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything
And
about
green
one of those,
shag
like,
on your walls.
fleece blankets that you put over the top of your bed. That'd be great. That'd be great.
All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
We'll see if we can find the Hawaiian
Understood that the
version.
defense
You were
informed it
right.
was still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I wasn't right.
I was right.
I
Suck it.
thought that we were done with that witness.
I had said to cut me off.
Well, you were sleeping, so
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan knew that. All right, come back in, Ms. Knowles, please.
Now I know this town needs to be control or deleted from society. They still have town criers, FFS. Yeah, Lefty.
for frolic's sake.
For frolic's sake. This is the old school.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Oh, boss, right out of the gate.
Good morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Ma'am, on Friday,
By the way, just before we get going, a lot of people have been talking about lag and spikes and up and downs. YouTube is doing something again behind the scenes. I saw multiple streamers Friday and Saturday were having these stupid. Try refreshing. It might be better, but YouTube is probably helping us out by implementing something behind the scenes, so it'll always spike the hell out of it.
I haven't checked in this recent little glitch, but typically when YouTube's doing those silly things, if you like back the video up like 2 to 10 seconds, it'll play a little smoother, just for reference.
Yeah. So either try refreshing or just skip back 5 seconds. How did Bev think it was done? Janetti made no reference to them being done. I thought they were done. I thought he said, because she said we can call her back Monday, and I thought he said, no, I'm done. So yeah.
You testified to this jury about
yes, I would go back and watch the last half hour from Friday.
the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present, and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital, or this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me. You can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
Correct. I cannot.
Are you aware that there was a recall on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Sustained.
You can't vouch for how Good Samaritan stores, preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Good morning,
Now,
Miami.
excuse me. At your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
The confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of sample.
Yes, it's Janetti, and I don't know if it's working all that well talking about the way the arm was prepared and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if the jury will put any, just say, so you don't know if this met all the regulations that you would have to follow to make sure you could testify about it. No.
Yeah, especially with these information dense experts. I mean, this is, if she goes into all of it, it's very dense information. So you want to kind of boil it down to the standards aren't the same. You have no control over what they did. And you're going based on, assumptions that they were up to their standards, which are not your standards.
And why have this cross? Because they put her at somewhere between 1.4 and 2.2, which is very, very much BAC. So they will then later try and claim that, well, she wasn't even that intoxicated. She was drinking, but she wasn't as drunk as the state will try and sell you. That's why they do it.
Samples that are submitted in the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court. And you want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes.
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
Correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are, and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
Yeah, last time it was a younger man who was kind of new, I think. And he just said, well, I'm just reading off a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I mean, the state probably did well to bring their kind of chief operating chemist who is in charge of all the accreditation standards and things like that this time, because the last time he's like, look, I was just hired, I plugged this into this, and this is how I did it.
Yeah, and yeah, the lab did none of the tests, and all of it relied on a non-accredited source. But I don't know if the jury finds this interesting. Last trial, they didn't think about it at all.
You just have to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that this type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritans, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate the Good Samaritan results into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol content, you need to convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So if it is helpful or relevant to...
Why are we talking about this? We're talking about this because the defense will claim that it was an uncertain test that they built their testing on. They can't prove it, as every piece of evidence in this case, there's no chain of custody. The people who did it just did an extraction, and the guy who runs the lab said, nah, we're not accredited, but we do it as well as people who are accredited. It's to try and sow doubt if she even had that high of a BCA as claimed. The problem is the jury don't care. She was drunk. She says it in multiple clips that she had at least 6 drinks. They don't care. And we are wasting time, and I don't think it's working. I wouldn't even have cross-examined this lady. We know the jury don't care for this kind of...
I mean, you have to, though, right?
Nope.
I think I would just put out the differences in methodologies. I would put out that they touched not one sample. This is all math magic. So I would put out those 2 things, but I wouldn't get into the whole blood serum blood, this kind of crap, I would get into, you never touch the sample, and this is all math wizardry without taking into account Karen Reed's particular, medical issues.
And again,
but yeah, don't belabor it.
Yeah, get through it. Really, if you want to cross her, just ask, did you even take the test? No. Can you prove beyond a reasonable doubt this test is from Karen Reed and these numbers are 100% accurate? And she would have to say no, because I have to rely on a test that I didn't witness. Thank you. Goodbye. Hasta la taco. We know the jury didn't buy it in the first trial. The only thing they were stuck on was, well, she was drinking. So you have to fight that fight when she's at the bar. And we have that clip where she was, it's weak drinks. I'll pour more vodka into it. And that'll bury her more than they can dig her out with this testimony.
Yeah, and that's the sad thing, is that her own words are going to be more damning than a lot of the evidence that they have, because it's so convoluted.
Yeah. This is the big old problem. This may not be for the jury, but to lay foundation so they can ask the questions. Yeah, they can ask the question how they did the BAC. But that's not important. The jury don't care. But you don't know when she actually stopped drinking to know, no, but they did the calculation at 12:45 when the accident happened, even though it must have happened at 12:30. But again, all of this is really great in a lawyer world. I know DUI guys probably clapping right now because he was the one who brought up the serum versus whole blood. But I can tell you, as a juror, doesn't say any. This is like Whiffen's phone data to me. It's just words. It doesn't mean anything. I saw her on a screen testifying, I got so weak drinks, I needed to spice them up. I believe that because I saw that on screen with her words. I don't understand what this lady is saying. She's a mathologist or something. I don't know. It's like when Valhalla tells me why misandry is okay and misogyny is not, after he did his gender studies. It's technical stuff.
To know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate,
they don't touch on that either. They just said what time it was. It has nothing. This has all to do with trying to say she wasn't drunk.
You need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19% and not just one single value is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to precisely know the amount of water
Brennan.
in that person's blood, correct?
I'm just going to leave that there.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual person?
Yes.
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
There is a normal variation between individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no questions, and then if there's an explanation, Mr. Lally can stand up afterward and have you explain, but this will go more quickly.
Jackson, this is how you do that.
Sure. Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
Yes.
And there are a number of factors that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Yes.
What is hematocrit?
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you aware that
the mathologist doesn't know this,
and that it affects the water content in blood?
In Danish, it's hematokritværdi. And everyone knows that because Bjarne Riis won the Tour de France is famous for having such a high hematocrit value when he did EPO. So everyone knows what it is. It's the red blood cells. But she works
Could it
with
be
blood
that
and don't know.
maybe
That
she was
seems
waiting
weird
for
to me.
hematuba? Maybe it's the translation. So it was like hematocrat, hematocrote, crite.
I don't know how you say it in English, but it's the red blood
Well,
cell count.
hematocrit. That's how
Yeah.
That's how I say it. Now, how they say it in Canton is anyone's guess.
Oh, I probably should. Thank you, Helen. Yeah, just baffled that she's the what? I'm not sure.
Sustained.
How can that be
Would
sustained?
somebody's age be a factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
It's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm lost where we're going. I hope he has a really good point because this is in the. But Stacey says they will never convince the jury she wasn't drunk. They have to drive home that the jury can't convict her based only on being drunk because the charge included collision and there was none. Stacey, you are absolutely 100% correct.
None of the drunk charge matters if she never hit him. Nothing about that charge counts if she didn't hit him.
Yeah. And that's what they said the last time. We were looking for a lesser included where in a statute that has no lesser included.
Yeah.
So that's why they got hung.
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
And conversion factors vary significantly between individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes.
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
Correct. There is a range that is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right. And the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes.
You recognize, however, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
Yes.
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
Yes.
So if you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
Correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
It has to be. It's a range. It's not a
Can
precise
you repeat
number.
the question?
Let's move on. The conversion from serum to whole blood did not end the calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole blood only translated what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
which was an imprecise calculation,
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
but was
and
it imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of my
What
laboratory.
was the precise number then? Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
The range,
I'm not talking about a range. I know that you'd like to say that.
That means
Was
that
there a
it's
precise number, ma'am?
imprecise.
the result of my report was not a single number. It is a range of numbers.
Let's move on, Mr. Yannick.
Yes.
Oh, we're
Then
having the old
once you get
holistic
that
versus
range,
granular
you have to do an
talk.
extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, excuse me, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there's an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Yes, if you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between
Yep.
the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, the calculation assumes for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that time interval start at 12:45 a.m.
Okay, and the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes,
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences. That's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol.
How about somebody
content,
that's
correct?
got a bad colon?
Yes,
What somebody had to eat can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
the contents of their stomach or what they'd had eaten recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into the absorption part of the curve and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay. Their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be included in the rate of elimination range that I use for my calculations. The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes,
A person's metabolic rate can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
yes.
In addition,
How can you be this bad at your job? In a laboratory that got hit, I believe it was 2010, 2013, with a massive scandal because they had people, I think, make meth in the crime lab. So everything had to be turned over, started
What?
over, made.
That explains a lot, actually.
Well,
Like
it's
we've been looking for triangles, universal, like time continuum discrepancies, when crystal was the easiest Occam's razor ever.
yeah, 20,000 cases dismissed in 2013. This lady,
Holy shit.
I believe that someone showed Friday, she makes over 100K a year, which isn't a lot because Brian Higgins could make $250,000. But still, you make 100K a year. Your sole job, you are such a great. You got bumped up and you changed your titles, but you are the highest level, as far as I remember her testimony, of expert. She was level 4, I believe she was.
3, I think.
Yes.
3.
Well, she was one of the
Now
highest.
having 4.
She's one who trains other people. And she can't just give a simple answer. She could just say, well, all of this is based on the input we get. And yes, it's a range because every person is different. That's why we have a built-in range. But she does the thing that so many cop witnesses do when the defense asks, I have to fight for the ground I'm standing on. And she makes it look worse. It looks incompetent. Instead of just saying, well, this is how it's done all over the world. You know this as a defense attorney, that we build in the inaccuracies. That's why, as we talked about Friday, we lowered the level to benefit the accused. So all of that is built in, how much she ate, how tall she is, how much she weighs. It's built into the test. And yes, there will be outliers on every test, but this is the best estimate to a scientific certainty that we can give. And then he can't stand there and pick it apart.
Yeah, she can say this is the accepted legal standard operating procedures and values that we stay within. We are accredited by these bodies.
Yeah.
What she's doing is that thing where she's carefully, the more you take time and look like you're thinking of the answer, the more it looks shady on cross. Because you're trying to look for, the little gotcha questions, and the lawyers are like, this is not a gotcha question. I just want a yes or no answer.
Yeah. And again, do we have any blood technicians in chat? They will probably sit there and say, what? Like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink.
No, but she should just say
you were not
that.
with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or the early morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct, I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Sister.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Sister.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
Sister.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether Ms. Reed poured herself a drink during the hours of 12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those hours?
No, I do not.
Assume that Ms. Reed did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m. Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
Obviously.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with a over 8 hour time span between.
Confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with.
They fake results to get convictions. Yeah, that's what they did. And they also had one lab tech who made meth or crack or something. It was fun.
Over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected. That adjustment in the calculation intending to avoid overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
Oh, Lord.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol
Well, I
level
hope
of
you
Brian
feel
Higgins?
better, Tim Panella.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
To the best of my knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Oh, they changed the lawn and crimp symbol. That's what happened.
Lies somewhere between it. And because there's.
Why
You
is it?
testified as drink after 12.
Understood the
4 questions. Let me read
factors come from published studies.
factors.
Why
First
did
started
it?
doing these, but the same
I don't know what
weird.
happened.
type of math was performed, and I'd used the approved conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
I don't know.
What is the difference between whole blood and serum?
Whole blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations or the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
I'll allow it, or ask it differently, Mr. Chairman.
The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
The question of benefit depends on the context. Speaking to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with like a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences in different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the
4 questions. Let
phrase.
me rephrase. So you were asked some questions on cross-examination about how frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
Right. And do you have any idea from your training and experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Do you know that?
Why is he asking about Karen Reed's bladder?
Less than.
Is she on some heavy diluent that makes her pee all the time, which would raise the blood alcohol level? Yeah, it's. I don't.
Yeah, this is getting into the weeds of diuretics, and if you pee more, is your blood alcohol going to be less? This is really getting into a lot of the weeds. Basically,
yeah, I mean,
what
she's
I
got.
should have said was, "You're accredited."
She's got a legitimate, because of her Crohn's or IBS or whatever she's got. Like, there is probably a medical reason that her body would absorb alcohol differently, but I don't think it has anything to do with her bladder, Lally. You flipping weird.
Well, Janetti asked the questions about her peeing habit.
About going to the bathroom, sure. Nothing about a bladder, though. Exactly. It's just a weird.
Well, Valhalla, I know this. Even though you did gender studies, this will be a surprise. He is not stored in the balls. They are stored in the bladder.
Really?
Yeah.
Learning something new
Less
every
than
day
5%.
here.
The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant had a drink after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did, in fact, have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.? If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed. If any alcohol had been consumed, then it would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Knowles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
Great impact.
Great.
I'm not sure.
Now,
Liar.
You testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
Pimpinella, Karen is the only one accused. So it doesn't matter that everyone else in that town was high, drunk, on crocodile. It's a stupid argument that people bring up all the time that, well, everyone else is drunk. Yeah, if everyone else is robbing a bank, it doesn't make it okay for you to rob a bank. Karen Reed is charged with killing a man while drunk. And that's why she's the only one we're talking about. It doesn't matter how much everyone else was drunk driving that night. It's just waste of time to talk about it. Because the only thing you'll get out is, yeah, the double standards. There's double standards in every town. And again, if they had plowed into a light mast, maybe something would have happened. But all of them made it home. She's the only one charged.
Mast?
That's why she's the only one who has given a blood draw.
What exactly is a light mast?
It's the mast where you put your lights on the road.
You mean like a street light?
A light pole? A street light?
If you could just use real words instead of all those made-up words, then
Like this? Little street lamp?
Do you think Canton is 18th century England?
Well, it does show a lot of inbreeding like the Habsburgs, so I'm going to say
Why
yes.
is there such a
Leave
variance?
Dr. Wolf alone. Oh,
Because
Mr.
there's
Wolf.
such variation between individuals
Mr.
for their
Wolf.
rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination, and because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams percent.
And from your calculations and your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were able to calculate for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams percent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
Yay, Lolly got one right.
All right, Ms. Knowles, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right, Carlos, next witness, please. Or
I'm call Ryan Nagel.
All right. Whole lot of irrelevant happening here other than he didn't see Higgins' Jeep.
Yeah. Let's see if he saw the Jeep. And again, what in the Walmart is this line of questionings? Not questioning, witnesses.
May I proceed?
By the way, Ryan Nagel, I think he picked up a DUI charge in Florida a month after this happened. So, but again, this is 3-card Monday. Constantly switching where is the timeline? Where's the timeline? Oh, it's here. Where's the timeline? Oh, we got Jen. Where's the timeline? We got a textpert.
Yeah, I mean,
No-
I didn't like Lally going from Julie Nagel to Ryan Nagel to all of these people, but it makes sense, with what he was trying to build. This time it's like, who is Mr. Nagel? What did he do? Why is he here?
Yeah.
He showed up in the driveway at the same time as Karen Reed. And then
We know that, but the jury doesn't. They haven't told the story.
Right.
And that's why I'm saying it's 3-card Monty. You're constantly, we're going by Jen's story now. Oh, let's hear from a guy who painted a sign 2 towns over where he wrote snow on it. Let's talk to someone who did a blood draw. Let's play a video. Let's get Ryan Nagel. Let's get it's the 3-card Monty constantly trying to flip around where
It's
the
also
witness now.
confusing because wouldn't you want next after Jen to be the female paramedic who is totally going to say that she said, I hit him. It was a female, right after they cut off his puffy jacket. That was totally there.
He has 4 kids that he doesn't support. Well,
Ryan Nagel does?
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Wow.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
In your mom's
I work in the
basement?
city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January
Ryan
29th,
Nagel.
2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the
Who-
center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
When you said
Hang on.
drinks,
Did he just
you have
say
a
he
few
was with
drinks?
his
I did.
sister at
Do you
CF
remember how many drinks
McCarthy's?
you had?
Yeah.
Not off the top.
Yeah, sister Ricky and his ex-girlfriend.
But the sister was at a bride price birthday party.
Yeah. From like early, according to their timeline.
Yeah. Yes, Julie Nagel is the only one who changed her story and then saw someone there all of a sudden.
It wasn't Julie Nagel. It was the other one, I think. Julie Nagel didn't see it. It was the one that looks like.
No, it's Julie Nagel.
Was it Julie Nagel? Or was it
Yeah.
I can't ever remember the other girl's name.
Sister as in Juliana. Oh, so it's another. No, he just had one sister. No, his ex-girlfriend at the time.
It was Julie? Okay. Who's
Do
the
you
other
remember whether
chick?
the drinks you had, the alcoholic drinks that you had,
Leslie
it
or
affected
something? I don't remember her
your
name.
ability at all? Were you?
There's only 2
impaired in any
Nagels
way?
in this case.
I wouldn't say impaired,
No, it was the blonde girl
but I only drank beer.
that was at the
Do
house.
you feel like you had any type of effect from the alcohol?
No, it was Julie Nagel who saw the black blob.
That's what chat's saying. I can't remember the other girl's name though.
No,
Sarah
but
Levinson.
she's
Thank
the
you.
one who testified kind of in favor of the defense. I can't remember her name. Sarah Levinson, the nurse?
Yeah.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
That's
No,
it.
she's in
I
the
couldn't-
truck.
I can never
Yeah.
remember her name.
She's sitting in the truck, but there's another girl at the party who testified. I think I remember with like a brown cream color.
It was Sarah Levinson. It was Sarah
Is that-
Levinson. The girl in the truck was it's his ex-girlfriend. It's somebody else. Sarah Levinson was in the house with Julie
Yeah.
Nagel and Brian.
Yeah, she's the one who gets the ride with Julie Nagel. They
with the McCabe's.
make fun of the Jiffy peanut
butter. Yeah.
I mean, they were talking about Raining with Men and Jiffy peanut butter. It was a laugh a minute with those guys.
I would hate drinking a beer with any of these boring ass mofos.
Heather Maxon was Ryan Nagel's
Were you driving?
ex-girlfriend that was
No,
in
I
the
was
truck.
not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No.
How did Julie get to the
Well,
house?
after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure she was supposed to be at the house at like 8 or 9 o'clock.
She could have ridden with Caitlin. How long was Kate? Oh, Sleuthy Goosey isn't in chat anymore because she started streaming herself. I'll have her on as a guest on Sunday. I need Sleuthy Goosey right now.
Yes.
To be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky.
Was anybody else with you too?
My ex-girlfriend, Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxim.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brennan, slow down a little bit for the
Oh.
report, please.
Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He is a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
I don't remember him looking like a 50-year-old granddad at the last trial. Maybe they're trying to spruce him up. And sorry, I got a spoiler. I'm just going to go a little bit back because now we are, when did you arrive at the address? Remember, everyone, do you remember what his testimony was at the first trial?
No.
12:23 is when they arrived, right after Karen arrived at the scene.
5 to 7
Pretty
minutes.
specific.
Do you know what
time
time
stamp.
specifically you arrived at that address?
Right, a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time?
He knew exactly it was 12:23 at the last time. Now it's a little before 12:30 because they need to shift the timeline.
Or is this an estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
The estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Actually, wait a second. I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Right now.
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest, before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right.
Oh,
And that
that's
was the
kind
same
of them putting the
That
blinker
vehicle was
on.
going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
Again, stupid little detail, but putting the blinker on while you're having a BAC of 2 at 0.024. That's pretty good driving for someone almost about to pass out drunk. Most people wouldn't put their blinkers on. Most people would be doing this to just try and find the corner. But no. She put her blinkers on and she didn't drive erratically or anything. She's hammered out of her mind with a monster BAC. But she can do a 3-point turn. She can put her blinkers on. She can follow normal. We don't see her speeding. She stops, and at the video we see, isn't it a magical how great a driver she is when she's drunk?
And your vehicle was coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a
No.
left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned?
Side
onto
note,
Fairview
he's
first?
dressed exactly like Brian Albert
How did that happen?
last trial.
I believe he flashed his lights
Yeah.
to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
That was a black SUV.
When that car turned
Oh, we
right
don't see
onto
color on
Fairview,
this channel.
Oh. Hey, the semi-professional pullover is apparently a Canton staple.
I'm just thinking, like every cop needs to be bold. Does every man, when he reaches a certain age, you have to have your Asics, no, your New Balance trainers, but do you also need to have a doozy look and wear a white shirt under a semi pullover? It's a weird look.
How long after did Ricky turn left on Fairview? Seconds. When you came to that intersection and met that car, when
Seconds.
Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again.
When you came to the intersection at Fairview, and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you?
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
Behind, I was in front of me the whole time.
And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on. They released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really. No, I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're gonna go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Like closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just.
That's
yes,
what he testified.
What I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
Just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were two doors. Yes.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway.
Remember, no one ever uses that door because it goes right into the TV room. Everyone uses the front door.
Way towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were
You
speaking,
didn't roll down the window?
were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a culture class. No one wears a black tie unless it's a very formal dinner or you're at a funeral. It's even in court you will wear something with a little panache to it. Black ties are only for funerals and very fancy dinners.
Okay, Baker, we've just spent a good bit of time with Brennan explaining that he didn't pay attention to the SUV. He wasn't clocking it. He wasn't paying attention. He was trying to get his sister to leave this party. Now, he absolutely knows when this dome light came on.
Yeah.
From years and years ago, he absolutely, completely knows. He doesn't
Except-
remember what time he got there. He doesn't remember how long he waited there, but he totally remembers when this dome light came on. And that he didn't see Brian Higgins' Jeep, even though it would have been right in front of him.
Black tie is appropriate, black zipper though. Nope, you will have some color on it. You never wear black. It's only for funerals or if you're fancy dress.
Ooh,
It's
I
just
am
not
learning
a
all the
thing.
things.
But I think it's a European thing because we are not that colorful normally, so we like to have colorful ties and stuff like that. I have pink ties, or ties with pink dots on it and stuff like that. Never wear it, but I do have them.
Conversation with her. Did you see the dome light
think I
go
have
on in that
one.
SUV?
Say that again. Sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway,
Mhm.
did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your
That's
sister
not what you
began to
testified.
walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister said. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the
I
house?
saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to identify
It was
the person?
too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with the hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock.
Everyone knows what it
hands
is.
on the clock, like 10 and 2.
See, Mo, even my black tie has some.
I was just waiting for
a
the
little bit
silence.
of.
Ooh, I like
Was
it.
that a mustard stain?
If I could show Exhibit 3, Mr. Nagel.
Yeah, probably. I have a white tie. Could be.
Sir, do you recognize
that's
that address?
Surprisingly
sir.
clean.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time do you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Now,
Oh, 5-10 seconds isn't a glimpse, buddy. That's a good look.
That's a pretty good look, yeah.
I can check out if you're wearing a G-string or not under your Zumba pants at the gym in 5 to 10 seconds. That's I can't wait for cross. Hey, Adriel.
hi. I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's get
Who
to
is doing
prior
cross?
consistent.
Ian Eddie.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, thank you.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's not fast enough.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest.
Did he just
to
hold
show-
his finger up? Like,
Yeah, because
hold on
of the
a minute?
sirens, which is actually pretty good, because then no one can say, well, he's trying to hide it behind the sirens. It's a way different look. Last year he was like young entrepreneur, and now he's I'm 50 years old and I'm a grandpa.
He went from
looks just
Miami
like-
Vice to AARP. Or I'd like to tell you the good news about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Well, maybe
So
he
this
found
might
God
just-
because-
This just might be me, I guess, but I get the Catholic school uniform vibe.
Yes. Very parochial.
Yeah, and that might be a mass thing. I'm not really sure.
yeah.
Correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antona was driving at that time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Unity, thank you.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night,
He may have had one or two.
but he appeared to be driving safely.
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time.
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed.
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did.
This is Ryan Nagel, the guy who last year saw her clearly while he drove past, and now can't really remember. Last year he knew he arrived at 12:23, but this year can't remember.
Did
So
you notice in his direct, he said that the car was directly out in front of Fairview. And then Brennan stepped in and said, were they more close to the flagpole? And he's like, yeah, I guess directly to in front, but to the left of. So they are really trying to get everyone to say, oh, it's the flagpole, when everyone is saying it's directly in front. And they continue to use that off-sides picture.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, that's what he's testified to last year, was that they had pulled up in front of the flagpole.
No, the last year he testified that they stopped at the bottom of the driveway. She was parked at the mailbox, moved up in front of the front door, and then later moved up again. And when he passed her, she was at the flagpole. That's what he testified.
That's what I tried to say.
And
yeah.
the black SUV in that sense got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yannetti?
May we approach?
Okay.
Side by side by. It's the both sides, the side bars.
Sidebar, still better than the salad bar.
Okay.
Yeah, Miami Spice can talk about that.
Actually, yeah, you know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way.
Yes, Lady Autumn Sky. They've already seen the 34 Fairview.
Okay, that's much better.
Yeah, they were on
I don't know
a
your
field
eyes
trip.
are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road, as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter to.
Sure. All right, we will take care of that. Thank you.
Right.
And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
Bev.
All right, so it will be, go ahead, madam.
49, thank you. And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150.
Oh, yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment.
You're muted. Baker, push your mic.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is for you, Wallstorm. This is the Nagel car, which is not the Nagel car, but it's the car he's in, the Ford 150. He claimed last year when he moved up, he parked in front of the driveway, and Karen Reed was parked at the mailbox. She then moves up to slightly further ahead, roughly one and a half car length ahead. And then Julie was out there in 5 minutes. And when they pass her, she's parked near the flagpole. He sees her with her brake lights on the entire time, I believe he said last year as well.
And don't forget, there's supposed to be Brian Higgins' white Jeep right there, though. Don't forget, y'all.
Yeah, this is the big problem. Number one should have been a white Jeep. And let's see if they're going to pick up on that at some point during this trial, because we haven't heard about it so far.
Right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct. I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment.
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance. And how close did she get to you?
I could have popped on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up. Correct?
Casual sibling violence.
Spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5. I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
I mean, yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
That's not the question.
Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay,
I'm not.
fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really felt was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it'd be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time.
No.
He just gradually pulled out.
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down at both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So you could see both seats in the front driver's
I
compartment.
couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one.
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person
Last
inside
year.
the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't
Yeah,
see
last
anybody
year
else
he
in the
said
SUV.
she was the
No, I
only
did
one
not,
in the
sir.
vehicle.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
There you go. Why was that so painful? Why was that so hard to get out?
In the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
Sweetie, it doesn't have to make sense to you. You're but a witness. Don't try to
The
math
woman in
it
the
out,
passenger
okay?
seat was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat. She
I'm
was in
sorry.
the driver's seat.
Thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking.
That was weird that he. First, I couldn't see past the woman. Karen Reed could hide under a telephone wire. For you young kids who don't know, back in the day, we used to have wires for telephone signals. And in Denmark, you said if you're really skinny, you could say dry in the rain under a telephone wire. She's that skinny. She's not blocking the view.
She could also cosplay as one of the, Secret Service agents who got up to about, I'd say, navel height on President Trump. So she's not a big, that's who you're trying to get Karen Reed to cover John, O'Keefe. It's going to look like that. I mean.
Yeah, it's just, but he got what he wanted. The passenger seat was empty. So they're going to say again that he got out right as they passed that, that blind angle where you can't see in. He got out and he was hiding behind the car as they drove past.
Correct.
I wasn't looking for that. Just happened to see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Nope.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Sir, you mentioned you were at that address around 12:30,
That is correct, sir.
and you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Do you know the exact time you left?
No, off the top of my head right now, no.
His
Was it around
timeline's
that
wrong.
time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
Because remember, y'all, at 12:36, Karen's connected to John's Wi-Fi at his house.
Why the hell haven't you prepped your witness better? Last year he left at around 12:28, which made it possible to. She had a window of 2 minutes where she could have done it. Right now, she killed John as they are driving off.
Yeah, and they didn't hear it even with the. I mean, you're gonna hear.
They were sitting right behind her. She would have smashed into their car.
And they didn't see her like go all Twitter pated 30 feet drifting, Tokyo drifting into Brian's Jeep. They didn't
There is
see
no
her
Jeep,
pull up
apparently.
and then, haul ass backwards real quick, like for no damn reason, and think, wonder what they're doing.
That's stupid.
You could still see the ground, given
Yes,
the weather?
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to?
Remember, this is at the exact same time that Jen, out of her peripheral vision, saw tire tracks when she looked at the road, not the lawn.
Fall?
And Ryan Nagel just said there wasn't even any snow
Had you been outside
to
earlier
make
that
tire
night?
tracks.
Yes, sir.
In the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was? The ground.
Ground, yes,
You know if it was soft or hard?
road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I assume it's hard.
Around that time, around 12:30 when you
That's
left,
what she said.
was there
Cold
inches
night,
of
I
snow?
would assume
No,
something.
there's
on the
no
ground?
inches of snow, no. I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
Ah, stupid Brennan. Don't ask
Get
questions
wrecked,
you don't want
Brennan.
answers to.
For the time
Get
that you were
wrecked,
there, that
Brennan.
5 minutes. Did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times. Did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat.
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else.
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by,
This is rank
the SUV,
speculation
you
now.
could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman. Could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open?
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir, it was closed.
Could I have exhibit 16, please?
This is not helping Brennan. Brennan asks questions he
seen
doesn't want to have an answer
This
to.
man, at any point,
No, sir. I've never
Walking?
seen- Oh, sorry.
walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Sustained.
What is this?
No, sir. I've
Were
never
you
seen-
paying
Oh, I'm
attention
sorry,
when you
sorry
were
about
talking
that.
to your
Sorry, can you
sister?
Take that down, please.
Did you see this man at any? What the hell is?
That was a stupid question.
He's
Especially-
losing it.
Especially when you've just
pattern.
found out that right around the time there was no way that there could have been any tire tracks and the grass was still there. So I am sorry. This actually probably helps the state's case. If the ground was still dark and not white, it would have
Yeah.
been easier to lose John. So this is actually good for the state, but since they have made a point to say that he was covered in 90 to 100 billion feet of snow from the jump, it doesn't look good.
No, and just putting a picture of John up so people can be reminded who we are here for. These are sleazeball. As I saw someone, I think it was Jemima, who said, it works if he was a defense attorney, but he's running defense in the prosecution's time for the McAlberts, and it looks really bad.
It's gross.
And after you left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Just briefly, on those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. You're not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
Are we getting Julie Nagel now?
Are we
Think
getting
we're
double
Julie.
Nagel?
Doubt it.
No, Heather.
It'll be okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She looks happy to
Good
be
morning,
there.
ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
She's
You
a
live in the
young
area?
looking
I do.
31.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I'm not sure that maybe they need to enforce it in the minds of the jury, but I like that he asked about the tire tracks, but I hope the jury caught it because I caught it and I'm not the smartest person in the world.
They
We
caught it.
because we're
Have you take us back
we're
2 years
looking
to
for
January
it.
28th, January.
Yeah,
think they all
but
pretty
again,
much-
we spent so much time talking about how much the blizzard was bad and how she saw tire tracks with the. I really wish they had asked one more question. By the way, when you left, how close did you come to the white Jeep? And have him say,
What
"Donde
white Jeep?
está la Jeep Blanco?"
January 29, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house, just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Nice. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Betty, you are excused.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, were there other plans that you were?
No.
Okay, that was just the plan to go
Yep.
get her?
Yeah.
Do you remember generally or specifically what time that was?
Late midnight?
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No,
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No.
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend
Can we
Ricky.
pause?
Where were you sitting?
In the backseat.
And what kind
Why the flippin' flapjack do we have Helen knows nothing, like, I love that she's like, yeah, I was probably a bit drunk. Like, I don't know. I was just in the back seat. Like, but
Because
what
she
are we
will.
gonna,
Have you not watched this trial? Hank is he's that meme with the box of straws on the table. But again, it's for us, it's all very obvious he's having a shit day in court. But I don't know with the jury. I
Well,
can't find
but
anyone
at
mentioning.
least what Lally did is he asked about the same questions. It was repetitive, it was dull, but we sort of got, okay, this is where you were and this is where you were. What is
Yeah,
this
but-
adding?
But
If she wasn't paying
he's
attention.
constantly doing the card month. Don't again. He did a cross redirect on the previous witness, confirming that what he got out of him on direct was in fact that he never saw anyone. There was no snow. This man is. I know some people say he's a great lawyer, and it's just because it's a weird case. His strategy is fucked up. His way of getting to the testimony is absolutely bonkers. At this point, I can only assume if he actually is having a tactic, it is to confuse the jury as much as possible and bank on showing the body and the videos will get her convicted. There is no reason to listen to any of the witnesses because it's just humble jumble. You can't follow along. But we showed you a picture of John. We're going to show you another video where Karen says something bad. And at some point, you will see blood. This is how he plans this trial. There's no other defense tactic I can see. Sorry.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road
Yes.
that had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was
Gee,
another
he just
vehicle
asked her
also
how
on the
to
road
how to
coming from the
explain
opposite
how
direction,
memories are
and
made.
We had let that
I don't
other
know,
vehicle
Brennan.
turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street. So we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of
What's
either
a
vehicle
somewhat
gave any
yield?
indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily
like being a
recall,
little
but
bit
I'm assuming
pregnant.
maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's okay if you don't
okay.
recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle,
Could
yes.
you describe for the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand.
Yeah, let's show the picture of the slimy
How
tech.
does it-
Did you see this guy?
No.
How do you not
Strangers?
understand the question?
When
Did
they
you
turned
recognize
and then
them?
Ricky turned after them. How far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
No, on the passenger.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the
Oh,
vehicle?
she saw it
No.
from the back seat.
Did you
Yeah.
notice anything about its
Yeah,
lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left?
No.
Did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No.
Hey,
Well, besides
Baker,
Julie.
can you pause it a sec? Okay, so normal human behavior, you, me, and Valhalla are waiting for Dave to come out after drinking all the Prosecco and calling all the courts. Dave kind of comes out and he's like, guys, like, you should totally come in. We're watching the Supreme Court. Are you paying attention to any other cars? Are you listening to the drunk person trying to persuade you to come out?
I'm
Now-
driving off and flipping the bird.
In these intervening times, most normal people are going to be preoccupied with the conversation close to them. Only weirdos like me who don't like to people are going to be paying attention to the car up front and trying to get out of the way of being around more drunk people. But
Yeah, but
John could have gone in any of those times when they're talking to Julie. Again, you have the door closed. They're all probably cold. They're all tired. And Julie's trying to get them to come in. John could have gone in those intervening moments.
and what do you also have when you have the door open talking to Julie?
You
The
also have your
dome
dome
light.
light on, which means you are going to be
You
blind
can't
to
see
other things.
outside of the car that well. It's just
It's
Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night.
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes,
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
we did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car.
Where did you see her?
In the driver's side.
Was there at that point any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
The
light?
dome lights.
Was the driver's side door open?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
You didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver? No.
Next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing. So I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
Outside the door?
No.
Did you see anybody lying on
Don't
the front lawn?
object. You know she's going to give it to them every time.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct? And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in.
I like this witness. She's, can we call it spunky? And she's not, it's not like the other one where you have to drag it out of them or you can feel they're hiding. She's just, yeah, I was out with my idiot boyfriend drinking and his idiot little sister didn't want to be picked up. I don't know why I'm here. I need
Also,
to find better men.
Can we talk about the absolute butt monkeyness it is to make your brother like, hey, I need a pickup, make him come out in a blizzard of shock and horror. And then like, guys, I don't want to come home with you. I want to continue to drink. Do you want to party with me? Like, you would be out of the will. I have no chill for people like that.
And again, we're talking about 28-year-olds partying with 18-year-olds. No.
Yeah, that is a weird thing.
I'm going home. Bye.
Yeah.
In front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall? whether
Don't
there was
have
any
to speculate.
conversation at
It
that
has
time
been,
between you,
no
Ricky,
one has
and Ryan?
proved it or
Possibly.
disputed it.
I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more
With a little
focused on
brown chicken,
hopefully
brown
getting
cow.
Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How many people did they butt dial that night?
Then Julie came out, and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion,
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation. Yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having the conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
And now it's
Next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Katie McLaughlin.
Oh, snap.
this is going to be interesting.
Oh,
Friendless
snap.
Katie.
All right, who is Katie Hoffman? Why have I blocked
No,
her from my
Katie
memory?
McLaughlin.
She's the EMT.
Look at the screen right now. Look at the prosecution table.
Brennan's always that, or not? Lolly's always
No,
that.
no,
red.
no.
Why has Bev got an empty bookshelf back there?
Well, she's not legal.
She's got like
She's not
5 legal books.
Now, can you guys remind me? Last trial did
No. Please be quiet.
Why don't we take our morning recess, please?
Firefighter Friendless McLaughlin didn't show up. He's the one who got PTSD from testifying at the last trial, and they were going on a 15-minute recess. Should be about to be back now. That's why I wanted everyone to see this. He calls
She
McLaughlin.
bailed?
She isn't there.
Wow.
I don't know if she could have a PTSD panic attack outside right now. I don't know. But that's why I said, look at the defense table, the prosecution table. Brennan thought she was outside. The other two kind of seemed like they knew she wasn't outside. Kind of interesting that.
Wow.
wow.
So
That's,
for those that are unaware, Katie McLaughlin was the EMT, the female EMT that Jen McCabe claims Karen Reed said, I hit him in front of. Last year, she testified. She claimed to not know any of the Alberts. And then the defense found about, I don't know, half a dozen pictures of her on vacation with Caitlin Albert. Hugged up on her, bikinis, drinks, the whole nine. She's like, I went to school with this girl. I don't really know her. And then
we are
defense brought in-
acquaintances.
Yeah. Then the defense brought in like a half dozen pictures of her at the Cape or at the beach or at the lake, all hanging out. So after that, she kind of disappeared for a little while. Claimed to have PTSD from the last trial. Bullshit. And now she.
What do you know about PTSD?
I know enough, man. I know enough.
Yeah.
I know that you're probably not going to get it from having to testify in a murder trial if you testify truthfully, that is.
Yeah, I mean, can we Look, I'm not trying to denigrate anyone. We all have anxiety, we all have stress, but there's a different level to PTSD. Could we stop conflating the two? Like, I'm anxious. I'm not handling this well. I'm stressed out. You do not have self-diagnosed PTSD from Canton testimony.
Sorry, just new information from the court. Jessica Mascato, who I kind of take as a credible witness, is McLaughlin. It's because he called them out of order.
Oh.
The delay with McLaughlin getting to the stand was they had the wrong witness ready to go. We'll be back in 20. I believe I overheard Sarah Livingston is up. Who's that? Up after McLaughlin, but don't quote me. But still, that looked really weird, especially with this witness that she wasn't ready to go. And if you have them stacked up,
that would also
problem?
be a convenient excuse, right? If your witness bailed and you're freaking out, like, oh shit, get this girl in here. Oh, we just called it out of order. That's why she wasn't here. It's no worries. She didn't try to run away or take flight.
Valhalla does hug a lot of people.
Well, I'm a hugger.
Yeah, and I will try not to stiffen up or pet you on the head, because that seems to be my go-to move. Like when people hug me, I'm like, I don't know what to do with my arms. I'm just going to pat you.
Yeah, PTSD is usually a traumatic event, not something like testifying, unless it's very traumatic for you to testify because you changed your testimony again. And she came off really bad on the stand the last time.
Yeah, well, she lied a lot. So that'll happen when you lie a lot and people are smarter than you and can figure out that you're lying and prove
it will be interesting to see how she classifies her relationship with the Alberts this time. If they're going to try to nip that in the bud and say, hey, I know them. I'm going to hang out with them. We're not like besties, but I do go on vacation. They're in my social circle.
If a state witness runs away, speculation make the state look bad. Well, yes, but they will not tell the jury that. They will just say, oh, sorry, we had a slight emergency. So we're going to call another witness, sorry. And then they'll yeet the jury out of the room while they get another witness, while they are also calling the police and say, go get her ass and put her on the stand right now.
This is one of the key witnesses for the state too. This is one of the few witnesses that claimed to have heard the I hit him nonsense. And if she's trying to not show up to testify, that would be quite interesting in my humble opinion.
And if she has changed her testimony, it will be even worse because we lost one of the people who can testify that she said, I hit him, because Kerry admitted, I never heard it. I just made it up. We have the first EMT, the guy who has 80 years of experience, but looks like he's 12, who said, I heard it when you can tell from the video, it couldn't happen. Then we have another EMT who will say, I heard it while I was helping over there, which is also untrue because Karen Reed is over at the car at that time. We know that from the last trial. This one is standing with Karen and an officer, and where she claims this is where she said it. And the officer said, I never heard it. Would you have acted upon it? Yes, I would.
Well, yeah. And the fact is, they've married Jen to this dash cam video. They have married it completely. Like, Brennan never said, okay, well, could it have been, here? Could it have been somewhere where it's not on camera? She says, no, this is the definitive time where it happened. This is me. This is Karen Reed. And this is the, So that's the real problem with this, is because now Jen is unreliable and the video is, this is what she said. If this witness has any credibility flaws, I mean, for me, at this point, I've had no witness that I can say for the state hasn't had major flaws.
We just had two witnesses who testified that there was no snow, totally blowing up Jen's testimony. There's no white Jeep. They didn't ask about it, which I think the defense should have done, because then when Higgins tried to claim it later, and Jen talked about it, that there was a white Jeep and they were parked behind a white Jeep. I would have asked about that one.
I would have too.
And they both said we didn't see anyone in the car. But the funny thing is, why did they shift the timeline? They have the text message here, 12:23.
Because wasn't Julie waiting for them to text here, but so she didn't have to wait outside in the cold in between?
Yeah, and she was standing by the door
for like window space in the door.
Did she say she went out the front door? By the way, I think Jen said she went out by the front door.
I thought she said she went out the front door.
Yeah, Jen said she went out the front door, and he said she went out the side door.
Okay,
but
yeah,
everyone else claims that no one at that house uses the side door because it's a super magic secret into the den area, so no one uses that door. To try, because that's where Karen said she saw John the last time when she stopped at the mailbox and looked up. He was at the side door. That's the testimony she's given on one of the TV interviews. I can't remember when. But then everyone the last time said no one uses that door.
Jen the Couch Fairy brings up a great point, actually. Anyone who isn't in the McAlbert clan gives exculpatory evidence for Karen Reed. And pretty much,
Isn't that funny?
It's weird. They've got these key witnesses that are all pointing the finger, but they're all McAlberts. All of them.
Yeah.
The car.
Nobody uses the side door because John didn't use it either. Yeah, that's exactly that's why no one did anything at all at that side. But as I stated it the last time, said, is it normal for people to use it? Because the front door would be kind of the fancy door. So you have the side door. That's where you'll have like a small storage room. You'll have your. I know you do laundry rooms over there, but normally if you go into
like a mud room,
mud room.
Yeah, mud room. That's what you call it. Where you have you have the fancy entrance that no one uses unless you're having guests, and then you have the mud room door that everyone runs into because you just kick off your shoes and then go on into the house, and you have this little middle area where you in Denmark you'll most likely have your laundry and dryer. You'll have maybe a freezer, a sink, stuff like that to clean stuff. But you will have like a small mud room there to make the transition into the house so you can have all your dirty shoes so you don't go in the fancy front door.
It's silly to me that they claim to never use that door. It's the door closest to the garage. It's the door closest to the driveway. Of course they use that door probably more often than the front door, right? Especially the kids. The kids grew up in this house. They're kids. They're not walking the long way to the front door. They're taking the quickest way into the house they can. It's silly that they are claiming they never use that door.
Yeah, my front door is on that side of the house. I have to go out there down a path, down another path to get to the parking spot. I have a door in my living room so I can go out on my patio. I use that constantly, and when I have guests, I get annoyed when they walk to the front door because no one uses that part of the house. But at that door, I have like a plastic thing to put your shoes on because I don't want you to drag your mud all over my house. But we don't use. It makes no sense that you would use the door furthest from everything, especially in snow.
You have your next witness.
I do. I'm also going to call Sarah Levinson.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So they moved on
Brennan,
or McLaughlin.
I just wrote all this stuff down in my handy dandy notebook. Now I'm going to have to put a new witness heading on things.
Yeah, but she will potentially be back because apparently it's just because it was out of order, which I find weird.
I'm calling bullshit on that right now. I'm calling
100% bullshit.
She had a freak out, a panic attack.
She's the one who
something.
was in the house, right?
Yes, this girl was in the house with Julie Nagel and Brian Albert. She's the one that looks like.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Or a blob.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
We don't know if Kate didn't show. Allegedly, the rumor from court is it was because they called a witness out of order. But that shouldn't be a problem if they have her lined up. She should be waiting out there unless this lady is going to take 2 hours. Nope. She's just going to say, we had a party and we were drinking and we left and I didn't see anything. She has nothing. It'll be 30 minutes at worst.
Jury.
My name is Sarah Levinson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last
Exactly, Wicked.
So it's
Exactly.
Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Oh, she also
name?
has
Ms. Levinson,
PTSD.
do you mind if I ask how old you are?
Jesus, you're weak.
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes,
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background.
I don't speculate on that. I
got
just
my
know he wasn't hit
bachelor's
by a
at
car.
Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel
Yes.
to this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day.
I don't think
the
so.
Earlier evening hours of January.
Because everyone who's not an Albert haven't changed their stories that much, except the EMT who had main character syndrome. The rest of them, they just, yeah. Brian Nagel changed the timeline, but that's about it.
February 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere, but we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years. So I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother, I had met, a good amount of times. And then his father, too, I would say.
How many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No.
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
The side door.
Okay, take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
Mo, I have a sad news story.
Yes.
You know my favorite FBI agent?
Not Caffey Daffy.
She only have 93 people watching Breaking the Law with Caffey Daffy.
Is she wearing her special super secret investigative poncho? because I would watch for
I
the
didn't check,
poncho.
but I just saw she's also live. Remember when she was asking about people being grifters covering trials?
Yes. Baker, I do have a question though. Does Julie Nagel drive herself, or is she the only person smart enough in Canton to secure for herself designated drivers?
Julie Nagel had her brother not pick her up, and then she will join this lady in the backseat of Jen, and those two harpies will make fun of the nicest woman in Canton because of her Jiffy peanut butter.
Jen!
Nightmares in my sleep. I just wake up to that in a cold sweat.
Yeah.
Imagine that face being the first thing you see when you wake up. I mean, the fact that Coco and her husband, Albert, last name, didn't, take her out, because I see Jen just staring above me as I wake up. I'm coming up swinging.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we didn't get the black blob. No, we didn't have Julie Nagel. Sorry, I messed it up because it was the backseat driver, not Julie Nagel. She's probably next.
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their like family room, they call it, with like the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is like a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's like the kitchen/dining room. And then there's a back door. There's like a small bathroom over like near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement. And then they called it like the library is like their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it. Yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
I get the parents leaving, but why the sister? Why does Caitlin want to go out and drink with a bunch of old ladies instead of staying with the younger folk?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Also, have we glossed over Colin? And I don't mean that in an innuendo way, even though it sounds a little gross.
First of all, you put his name right. It's Colin.
I'm sorry.
And second of all, no one will mention Colin until they are prompted to do it.
And that for me looks more suspicious than had she said, there was Caitlin and Aunt Julie and Julie Nagel and Brian's dad and his mom and Colin or Doofus.
His name is Colin. That's
like Colin. He is a dead ringer for him.
Yeah, but I can't remember if it's Hank Brennan who called him Colin. Because you buy a drink. Well, they have drinks at home. They just don't have whiskey.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was it just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
Yeah, that's another problem. Everyone was all over the place.
We ordered later on food, but we might have been drinking.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came, by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
it was the Commonwealth's attorney kept calling him Colon in the Turtle Boy case. That's right.
Oh.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Colon.
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what
Colon.
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the 4 women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The 3 girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out. And then the windows to the front of the house had a little half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it, did you say, the half windows were?
The dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway?
Yes.
Flagpole?
Yes.
Street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr.
Baker,
left.
can you
After
pause it?
They left. Did somebody else?
So the kitchen is obstructed. If you're looking at the flagpole, which is over here, it's obstructed by these big green leafy things by the door. It also has curtains on. No, none of this works. How is it a redhead on the internet knows line of sight? Also, which cop, because my stepdad wouldn't let me rent any houses with shrubbery right next to my door. Who has these people hiders right in front of their door as a cop?
Well, it's one of those things that I really stuck on the first time, and then they changed it, and then it made sense if they said looked out the front door. But again, it makes sense that you could see the mailbox area from the kitchen. But remember, Jen said you couldn't see out because there was
blinding snow.
No, it's not. There was curtains in front.
I was like, what does those hand signals mean? We're playing categories.
After they left, yes.
This is Laura Sullivan, a person who was at the house. She's a nurse. She was, at the time, she must have been 23 years old.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins.
I don't put banners up. You have to stay here.
Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left.
Yes,
How long did you see him stay for?
probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was
Sorry, Sarah Livingston, not Sullivan. Sullivan are the two sisters.
Ruby sisters. Yeah.
Ruba.
You like that?
I'm trying
don't
to
you,
get my damn CAT scan. Better excuse than any defense witness has. Well, you were promising us a scientific experiment of doing white claws earlier.
Thank you, Valhalla. I can't unsee this, which is why I'm going to be focusing more on my notes. Otherwise, I'm just going to be snickering to myself. That's just
somebody else you said? His, Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister,
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know
No.
who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before. No.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together. Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around like a gin table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but
Were you drinking?
Was it? It's Raining Men?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point. No.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
Weird, right?
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Well, I'm not saying I have a gaydar because I am a red-blooded man who checked G-strings at the gym. But I'm just saying I felt very floxinated while I watched him the last year.
Yes.
What was the
He's
plan?
got anxiety, Baker.
She
He's got
said
anxiety.
that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when
He's
he
a
was
dancing man,
done
as they would
wherever
say in
he was.
Ireland.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview? Did you see your sister leave the house? Sorry. Did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that.
So keeping them at the house?
I was going to say, it sounded like Jen made them stay or influenced them to stay, whereas Jen's testimony was that they wanted to stay, and she was like, oh, well, we can give you a ride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean,
a little more pushing of authority there, Jen. A little more passing of the how boss bitch you are, perhaps.
She is a sweet, Mama Bear who never takes charge.
Mhm.
Yeah,
then
and she's
Jen
not
said,
drunk.
"Feel
They've
free to
been
invite
drinking
Ryan
for
inside
4
because he was
hours.
already on his way." So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, "Hey, we're not coming with you." But
You weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard the second
no,
hand
yeah,
from Julie.
yeah,
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out
yes,
for about 5 minutes.
yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the
Didn't
night
mind.
continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
I've
Was
had
Julie there with you
hostage
and had been the entire
situations
night?
better than that endorsement.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happened inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed? The wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door?
Could
Okay.
you please tell the story we need you to say, girl? It was very snowy. It was impossible to walk out, drive out, because Jen told us it was really, really bad. So she couldn't see anything when she left. All of these stupid C words are ruining our good Jen story. When she left, it was white out. They could hardly drive. It was very precautious to drive.
Did the ground
Is he
look
gonna
hard?
ask her if the ground was hard next? Are we going to know about
It
the
looked
ground hardness
Well,
and soul strength?
It was about as hard as Brian Jr. when he saw me naked that time in school.
Ugh.
So, brick-like, cement, steel.
Or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I would say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around, just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread.
A lone
which she had
loaf of bread.
gotten because of the storm. And I
Who
believe
talks like
Jen
that?
was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out.
Yes.
Riddle me this. She just said Matt went back into the house. Have we heard that from any other witness before?
Did she just say that? I missed that.
Matt went back in because he forgot his jacket. And then they were sitting in the car. Remember when you threw those firecrackers at me in your car?
Yeah.
What did you do immediately after dying laughing? You look forward again.
Yeah.
She wanted to tell you that while he was inside getting the jacket, they were peanut butter jelly. Then he comes into the car. They drive off. They drive, and they're still doing the peanut butter jelly story.
Jen McCabe claims that when they got in the car, she turned around to look and talk to the girls in the back seat. She never once mentioned
Yes.
that Matt went back in the house. And if
No.
he did go back in the house, then she probably would have watched at some level him,
Yeah.
right? Right. She would have moved her head in a direction other than straight back.
Okay. Also, guys, Julie is on the driver's side. They're driving this way towards the flagpole, right? They're going to see
Yeah.
him. Wouldn't Sarah be the one to see him, not Julie?
It's on her side of the car. But I
Yeah.
guess
Yeah.
Julie may be looking at Sarah. So
Well, I
And
have the little bread in the back just in case, maybe they
But-
were
but
all focused
I don't
on
know
cars.
what car they're driving because potentially she could be looking at Jen in the passenger side and look between the. But still, yes, it would be unlikely she would be the one to see the black blob.
Okay, I
Uh,
was just making sure that this is all making sense to me in the way that they are talking about it, because it doesn't make
So
sense.
they weren't driving for that 2-second conversation. Apparently not. But Julie remembers her stating it and Matt denying it, which again is such a weird thing. Yeah, and it must have been frozen bread because it was the coldest night in history.
As you drove out of,
No one
Fairview,
saw
you were
anything.
in,
No,
in
she
two
didn't see
vehicles in the
anything.
driveway.
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was
Okay.
it I'm sorry. Was the passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The
Okay,
passenger.
sweetheart, I'm going
When
to
you
give her
drove, did you
that.
drive
Look.
towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole,
Nope.
was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area or in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes,
Next to 34 Fairview, up the street is 32 Fairview.
I believe so. Yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
she just claimed to have looked in that area and not seen anything. I missed that.
Good morning, Ms. Levinson.
Good morning.
You've been longtime friends, as you described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle, Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins. By the way, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabes.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met.
Why did I Google that?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there.
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under question by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door, it's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway, you could see to the right, over toward the flagpole, nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at the time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
1:45. Yeah.
So you leave at 1:30, there's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground?
Yes.
The yard is flat?
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole?
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked up toward the flagpole walking out that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You're looking in that direction when you walk out the door. Obviously, you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again. Just walk over to the car.
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out on Ms. Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, or did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He's at the car.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door as you did to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door, down the stoop, looking out over the lawn, and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna have just a moment.
Okay.
This is really good because if he's going back to the house, he would be looking in that direction at the flagpole. Another time he would have noticed a big black blob at the flagpole. Do we gonna get to see Chloe on the stand today?
I hope so.
Hey, it would make my Monday.
Yeah.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week?
No.
The next month?
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you? Okay.
Former state trooper
Let me ask you a
Michael
different question.
Proctor.
Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted? May we approach?
It's a sidebar.
Sidebar with Bev, she's holding court like got a claw in her hair, rolls a little too tight. Forgets the names but remembers the T. She stays, she shouts, just randomly. She's the queen of the.
That's a long sidebar. It's 2.5 minutes. What are they talking about?
That is a good question.
Did they win it?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally
Justice for Chloe. Thank you, Tammy. Appreciate you.
interviewed, Let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said. Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question, without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Good.
Anything,
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan?
Don't get into it. Because she didn't. She didn't see him. She mentioned who he saw. She saw.
Please.
Dang.
If you ask, did you see John at the house? And she says no. While she's also a credible witness with all the rest she's saying, you will believe, oh, she's credible, so she might not have seen anyone. So the defense is just making it up. It's really smart. It's the same. Why not ask about the white Jeep? Well, it's credible witnesses who's damaging. And they did say that. Yeah, they're credible witnesses. But they did say, we didn't see any other car, so you can bring it up and impeach Higgins with it later and say, there was no white Jeep there, was there?
Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
That's not how human vision works. You don't have to study things to see things.
Thank you. And your next witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLaughlin.
Katie!
She got over a panic
PTSD.
attack.
Is she going to have the big cross on?
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, she is.
Complete with turtleneck. I'm telling you, they all look like they're
Thank
going
you.
to Catholic
Ma'am, could
school.
you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Okay. As a recovering
name is
Catholic,
Katie
it's
McLaughlin.
very, very normal to carry pendants, confirmation, your patron saint on days you're feeling like you need a little bit more Jesus. So can confirm
Yeah, and it's really, really
that
good, like Jen McCabe, to have it outside and make sure everyone sees how penitent you are. It's more visual. You can put that if you really love your saint so much and have him protect him, tuck it under your shirt.
Well, yeah, unless you're a
I'm
showing
29 years
Catholic.
old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
She looks like
Did you
she
study
didn't
to
sleep last
become a
week.
paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do.
Wasn't she a very powerful witness last year? Was she this whispery little church mouse?
I don't remember exactly.
Julie seems to remember everything. Was she this? She seems so demure.
She looks.
She
She looks
looks
stressed.
She looks
Really?
like she's got that very thin veneer of, I am fine. Everything is fine. I am okay, you guys. Like, men, if your wife tells you everything is okay with this face, it's a trap. We are lying to you. Something has pissed us off.
Yeah, I feel like, and with she looks like she hasn't slept that good, and covered
She
it up.
looks very high strung. She looks
She
very
looks
anxious.
she looks like she did her makeup to not look as stressed out as she is.
Yeah. I don't think Colin has been mentioned. Colin was mentioned. He came over to the house, stayed for half an hour to 40 minutes.
Something meaningful with my life.
Did you have to have any special training
This is so. She's not an expert witness. Just get on with it, you idiot.
or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do about 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn?
When was
how
the last time you went to
provide
work?
Care for people
Yeah.
who are in need.
Yes.
Had you before 2022 responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Are there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is really stupid because remember when Hanky Panky said to Mr. I want to be the most important person at the scene, and she talked about, no, he said it in his opening statements, and she was talking about this, but that had no bearing on the case. It didn't mean anything. There was no need for him to think about, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. This lady just said, yeah, it's really important we know that, because then we know how to treat them. Again, Hanky Panky, I know you're betting on the jury doesn't have this weird, stupid, autistic brain I have where I remember stuff like that. But you actually said in your opening statements that firefighters don't care about any relevant information given at the scene. They only care for the body.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report.
If you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter paramedic?
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th, 2022.
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work especially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask the difference.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through. If you're on a group and you rotate through a schedule, it's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off, and then the rotation begins again. So it's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status. And we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you have any specific or general responsibilities if there was a call?
Generally, if it's a fire related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them, whatever they ask you to do or need you to do. You're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at the scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us as you're leaving what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And when you left the police station, or the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit.
She wore
about
that
the
jacket
conditions
last
outside
year.
as you rode. to
Yeah, she had the
34
same.
Fairview
She had just had a
it was raining.
It was
I'm
a
sorry, not
tan
raining. It was
shirt.
snowing pretty heavily.
Yeah, it was a tan
The snow
shirt, not a
there was
white
definitely
one.
snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Road. Was there a storm?
She looks kind of the
Yes.
same.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle, and then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights.
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck, does the fire truck have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those were activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
When you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw the emergency vehicles, did you see any people?
Yes.
While you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient. So I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road, up off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on
Wait
the
a minute.
backboard. They put
Can
him
you
on the
pause it real
stretcher.
quick? Okay, so she said she made it to the curb. I have always imagined John's head being closer to the house. Now they're saying his head is closer to the curb.
I can't tell you anything about that
No idea.
because no one has ever tried to draw a picture of how the scene was. I, in my head, had him like this, because that would make sense if you want to say someone was spun out. But if you want to have him like this with the head towards the curb, that makes absolutely no sense because you fall.
So yeah, lying on his back.
Men have a heavier torso, so we would fall backwards. We wouldn't get hit and then fall back towards the road. It makes no sense.
Okay, I just wanted to pause there because I had always pictured him, and the way they've always drawn the little like stick figure, his feet have been toward the road. And
yeah, that's what I would assume, but I actually had him maybe if you have the road here, and you have the bed here and the flagpole, I had him in my head. I had him kind of like in this position.
Well,
I
yeah,
can't get him in a position where it's.
Well, because now she's saying his head is closer to her. You know what would have been real nice? I know everyone was Twitter pated, but could we have taken a GD picture of the man where the hell he was?
Yeah, every man has a heavier torso. Yes.
And then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any
tail light?
Was there any objects near him?
Tail light.
I remember seeing a fire hydrant. And that's all I can really.
That fire hydrant is so far from where he is.
Remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some point, did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with Firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Why would she notice this fire hydrant?
Well, she's a firefighter.
It makes absolutely no sense that his body would be in this area. But she noticed a fire hydrant that's nowhere near where the body is. Why didn't she mention the flagpole? Why didn't she mention there was a mulch bed right next to him? His body should be somewhere in this area. Why didn't you say the electrical box? Why did you say the fire hydrant that is way away from him? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status. And so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah,
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they
suit.
wear?
Black suit.
And do you see where that person sitting in between?
I do. Her attorneys.
Yeah. And I think they walked around it. Maybe they did. Some of them went that way around. But yeah, his was, maybe she has a fetish. Could be.
In all fairness, she is a firefighter, right? So maybe.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I would
I
notice
did.
sticks in her
fire
mind.
hydrants
You're
on a
not police officer
firefighter.
or criminal investigator. What type of information?
I
are you
just don't
hoping
get
to
it. If
anybody
you're
in these circumstances?
when you're asked, was there anything
Some
near the
basic
body? Why
demographic
don't you
info
mention there's some
you can get.
blankets lying
You can
there
answer
with
a lot
blood
of
on them?
questions by just asking
The
a few
ground
very
was
simple
disturbed
ones.
around him. No,
So
you
obviously
saw a
you're trying
fire
to get his
hydrant
name and
20
his date
feet
of
away.
birth. And
Yeah.
then you ask questions if the patient has a
That's
medical history.
that's not how you recollect.
If the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone says, reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder, or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of, that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
So you're chasing her all the scene, asking her questions.
Just not in the video, but
Yeah.
sure.
Whatever.
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
Which officer was that?
Told you that she had hit him. You said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him. Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was.
Sustained. There was disregard.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that. And it was also really not my place at that point. And I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what you meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
Yeah, that would.
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
No, so it's your fault he died.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else?
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
With
who,
the
if any,
with
drove the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
This lady claims that Jen was the one, and Jen is also the one who said it. But also firefighter Flammati I think was the first one, claims he heard it at a totally different time when no one else heard it. And this lady said she heard it right in front of a cop. That cop will testify, I didn't hear it, unless he changed his testimony.
Well, she, in addition to that cop heard it, that cop signaled his sergeant.
Acted on it. Yes.
Yeah. So we better see this during the door, the dash cam where he's like, "Hey, Sarge, this chick confessed."
Well, thank you. You should have been here 3 weeks ago when we had my celebration. That shows you how much you follow my channel. Was O'Keefe dead on the scene? You're Schrodinger's dead. You're Schrodinger's dead when you're at the scene. You will not be pronounced. Yeah, but you're not technically dead. You can't be technically dead until you have a body temperature that ensures that you can't be resuscitated. So they tried to heat him up. Still no pulse. You're dead. So
he had no
Schrodinger's
pulse.
dead.
He wasn't breathing, and his body temperature was 80 degrees. To declare him dead, they had to warm him up to, I believe it's 85 degrees before they can say he's dead. And
because
he never breathed.
Some people have survived by being cold, but only for a very short period. It's not like who was it who said, "Well, kids fall into water for hours."
Hours. Just
That was the main character guy.
Well,
no, that was EMT because he was like I was telling her about this movie I watched where kids fall in.
Oh, okay.
And Valhalla, Brendan is surprised that Chick's go-go juice it tastes like cheap vodka. White Claw is cheap vodka.
Yeah, that checks out exactly.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody?
Yes.
Who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
I don't know how you get to that, because the only person who claims it was said at that time is this person. The cop will say she's a liar. So again, her credibility is very, very low. That's the reason she has had PTSD since she lied last year at the trial.
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up, we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend.
This
of mine,
changed
but,
quite a bit.
I do see her occasionally because of social events.
Last year she described her as a girl I went to high school
I don't
with.
have a close personal relationship with her.
They hadn't seen
Was
each
she a
other
friend
since
on
high
social
school.
media back at the time?
Yeah.
Since this event, have you been on any?
They're going to destroy her
outings or trips
credibility.
with friends of hers, or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about?
I don't remember
your
ever
role
seeing
that
her
night?
since then.
Never.
Well, what about all these
Did the fact
dozens
that
of
somebody
pictures?
you knew lived in that house that had anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
Of course, she's quite chatty because they have to prevent that she seems as bad on the stand like last year. All of these witnesses has been heavily prepped, the important ones at least, because the Nagel, he didn't really prep him good enough to say, what was the hardness of the ground? Which is kind of stupid question to ask a layperson.
Yeah, I thought we had a meteorologist for ground hardness.
A sneaker.
He said, how hard does the ground look?
Yeah. For permission to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Oh God, the dash cam.
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at 6:13:45.
Bum ba-dum bum bum.
Stop, please. Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Continue, please.
I bet you now is the magic time she said it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where
Because no one
Jen's
is around.
Do you
talking.
know who that is on the left of the screen at the flagpole?
We can't see it.
Which one?
Carrie Roberts.
The-
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's 2 officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh,
Your other
no.
left, Caitlin.
That time is 6:15:12. If you could continue, please. Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please.
Yeah, that's the good question. Maybe because she's close friends with the daughter of the girl in the house, even though she claims,
Do you
oh,
see
we
yourself
don't
in that
know each
screen?
other.
Yes.
What color jacket?
The red and yellow.
She perjured herself last year. Why would this year be any different?
Yeah, I think
Read.
it's a Kimmy thing.
The blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
You see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Okay, continue. Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you go to
Yes, where are we?
just when he
Path-wise.
rests and Jackson takes over?
Okay.
And Marissa, you don't have to have it up. Mo is gonna run it.
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to be successful and functional at the same time.
Yeah, but Marissa is gonna join you. I'm gonna go to my meeting.
All righty.
And,
Have fun.
hopefully, I'll be back before we start the afternoon.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount
I'll be
to
right
the
back.
life-saving effort or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot? Sure. When you're asking what happened or trying to determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison or ingestion of a poisonous substance or a heart attack.
Yeah. In this particular,
I'm
this
not asking about
scenario,
this
it's
instance.
Next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
Yeah.
That's important to determine, correct?
Yeah.
You want to get the person's age. You want to get the person's date of birth. You want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened.
And the
Why
microphone.
are we here? Correct?
Yes.
Did a person fall out of a tree? Or
Right.
stumble down a stair step? Correct?
Right.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That's the whole point, Ms. McLaughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened, document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
Yeah, you have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No.
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago, we reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding.
I'm
and
going
then
to jump off. I don't know if Marissa is jumping.
briefly
No, she
to
comes
say
in
that
there.
I'm getting called and I'm going today. And if I had any
So she
questions.
can pull up chats if
Let's
anyone
talk
is
about
interesting.
the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully
And
at
you
that
and Mr.
point.
Brennan went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Howard, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that you wanted to make sure that you brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to bring out the relationship with Caitlin Howard on cross-examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination?
No.
At the last hearing when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me approach.
It's a sidebar. It does seem a rather clunky way of asking her if they've changed her testimony. I get where he's going with this, but it doesn't seem to be.
It is a little clunky.
But I think he is getting back there. And if you're not a jury member, if you don't watch a bunch of trials, this is going to look all the sus to you. Because it's going to be like, why does the state want you to come in? Not realizing that this is sort of standard protocol.
Yes, very coached.
Continue, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, we were talking about very briefly your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
She looks like she's going to puke.
Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Miss Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
Objection.
Allow that.
No, only when there started to be a lot of harassment and things that insinuations and stuff that started coming out.
There
online.
it is.
I had said maybe once to.
Okay, people questioning, and when you are called out on a lie, it's not harassment. It's the internet saying, heifer, we have access to the internet. We see all these pictures. Want to change your mind? Daggone it. Why aren't we allowed to drink all the time like can people?
To them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding. Okay.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews, Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer that you had a relationship before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How was there harassment and insinuations that hadn't been disclosed at the first proceeding?
Because it's out there everywhere on the.
Wait, she's claiming that harassment started even before it was brought out on trial, that she kind of has all these pictures.
Yeah. Not buying it, lady.
Internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLaughlin, before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms.
The dirty look.
Understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but
Was it Mr. Lally?
it could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Ms. McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't remember
Not you,
specifically.
Ms. Laura McLaughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Okay, no. I feel harassed to the point that I have to contact the DA, the witness intimidation people. I need to contact people. I'm going to remember who I told because I am in shock and ha-rah. All the ha-rahs. You're going to remember who you talked to. It's going to be like, oh, she had a squeaky voice, or they felt like they didn't listen to me, or I felt like they really did listen to me. But this is, if something is affecting you to the point where you reach out to Morrissey, you're going to remember who you talked to because you're going to want something done to it, about it.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you were complaining that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, the cave is standing across from you.
What the hell was that?
Miss Reed was on the right.
I have
Miss
no
Reed was on the
idea.
left, and then
Was that from me or from the court?
I think
Like, I
It
didn't
was
touch
court.
anything.
It was court, I'm sure.
I have it at 1.25. Is that too slow or does it need to be slower? Baker's really good at this,
That's fine.
so
I think it's
okay.
fine.
1.25 is fine.
All right.
and there was a officer kind of diagonal across from me.
Yes.
Can you tell me if you recognize the still shot in that photograph?
I recognize me in it. Yes.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing, that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, to the right, cave to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retreat?
Deputy?
Do you know the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that the statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer is what?
Officer Sarif.
you were describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's, I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said, I hit him. And then the officer said, you what? And then she said, I hit him. And he said, go get Goody down here.
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate? She said, I hit him.
4 times.
That's an extra time that nobody's claimed.
Have we heard from, wait,
Seraph, not yet.
we haven't heard from Seraph, and I don't think we've heard from Goody yet.
Not in this trial.
Again, wouldn't you have Seraph and Goody first? You would think there would be a point to this pattern, but there's not.
At the time that Ms. Reed made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical. Yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe I remember that.
Okay. If we could play exhibit 4.
Okay.
Starting at 9, submission, starting at 9:15.
She's not witness 3 that said she heard it. Oh, yeah, she is, technically, I guess. But I don't think the other paramedic heard it at all. I think he was full of shit.
Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer, your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Miss McCabe and the officer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You see yourself sort of in the foreground of the bright jacket?
Yep.
And Miss Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes.
Standing there.
Yes.
Mr. McLaughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year that she was, in your words, obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic.
She was upset, for sure.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical in that video?
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be overly frantic and almost hysterical?
Like I said, that video is not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She had been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that happened. And she's standing there.
How would you know that?
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
You know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and going crazy?
She had been, but like I said. Yeah, but I think
about what happened before you got there. I'm asking you what happened. I'm sorry. I'm not asking you what happened before we got to that video. Right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
Not in that video.
Okay, thank you. And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down, right?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, you're hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with her arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down. You're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen, you're being hysterical. calm down. You're hysterical. Just repeating that.
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of the statement she was making,
I see.
and she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably 50 seconds or so, maybe a minute. That's what you're saying now. Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Ms. McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say.
Objection.
And yes, we are at 1.5, so this is sped up.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Seraph, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the "I hit him" repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall?
Who claim they heard it, who are nowhere near this
Yes.
position.
In the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of a heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients.
Yes.
That was running as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if that door closed, those doors closed, how many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Inside of a closed ambulance.
Obviously,
So,
when you saw
hey,
them, I mean,
Valhalla, you've been around a lot of big military engines as they're going. Now, even though I failed basic training, I did manage to stay close enough to some of the loud, noisy vehicles for my 2 weeks in basic to know that they're loud. So
They're loud
you
as
have,
hell.
so you have an ambulance, a fire engine, the commander's vehicle, which is probably an SUV. You've got at least one sheriff, one cruiser. So
Canton PD, not a
that
sheriff,
puts,
but yeah.
well, okay, sorry. So, but
Same.
that puts a like buzz in the air. You can feel it in your bones. Are you telling me no one got out of their house to go vacuum the front yard?
If I recall correctly, there's a fire truck, there's a fire ambulance, and there's, I think, 3 squad cars there in the initial response. You guys, you can't hear anything with those big diesel engines running. They're powerful enough to move several tons of metal across the highway, 55, 70 miles an hour. They're not little engines. They don't put off little amounts of noise. It's a loud situation. That's why they're all huddled so close when they're talking, because they can't hear shit.
I don't know, but she's giving me the exact same look that Mr. Moe gave when I said I could go to Nashville all by my own self. I'm feeling
There's absolutely no way that whoever's in the back of that ambulance would have heard anything taking place outside.
Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
Those doors closed. You presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus
Thanks, Brandon.
was on John O'Keefe. That continued.
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall what you claimed to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else, and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right.
So yes is the answer.
They heard that from you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question.
Based
That's
on
some
what?
bullshit, Bev. That's some bullshit, Bev.
Bev, what would you say you do here, Bev? I feel like we need to call in the Bobs and say, what is it you say you do here, Bev? Because I am confused.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page
Yes, you
number in
did.
mind, please.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3.
You just reviewed your testimony, lady.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin
You just
Albert?
watched the whole thing.
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
She knows exactly how she answered those questions. Holy keyboard, Marissa.
Sorry.
I was like, Jackson, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, I blamed it on Jackson, not Marissa, though.
Your answer was, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Not a friend, not somebody you vacation with a half dozen times.
Full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
All right.
Bev! Is it illegal to be, impeached by your testimony in a hearing before this? Is that illegal in Canton?
No, it's actually supposed to be the way things go. It's supposed to happen that way. You make a statement on testimony, and we know it to be false because of your previous testimony, then we can bring it up and be like, hey, you're a lying liar who lies.
Court reporter got it all wrong.
Yeah.
In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who is Caitlin Albert, you didn't offer up in that first initial response. You didn't offer up. You didn't say we're friends, did you?
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group.
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that
Probably
you've been
less
friends for
so.
years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert.
Ma'am, careful. The internet remembers everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to forget your testimony. You should have looked back on your Instagram. That might have helped you more.
I'll give you guys a little hint. I did a Google image search a minute ago with Caitlin McLaughlin Canton. There's a lot of pictures out there that we didn't see in the last trial, too. There's a whole lot of pictures. Pepperidge Farms remembers.
Yes.
You visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs.
A handful of
with Caitlin Albert,
times.
correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her over the years. Correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
I mean,
We're
I
not
feel her
friends,
pain.
though.
I wouldn't want to hang out with the Alberts either.
Briefly.
Oh God.
Oh my. Like the brain worms. They're terrible. Just during trials.
It always is. And again, just say, yeah, we're friends, but her living there, her having, a friendship with me changed nothing of my professional behavior. Because
Yeah.
it looks much more shady to say, like, I attended a baby shower with her. Yeah, we know each other, but we're not here together. Like, she doesn't go here. She's not part of the plastics.
Right. I just don't get why she's lying.
What I
Like,
don't
it
get
seems
is,
more sus to just be like, yeah, I knew her, but
now I will
she
say,
doesn't live
as
there
someone who
anymore.
hasn't done the whole, Canton conspiracy thing, I wish Jackson would stay more on, you didn't write this in any report. Are you aware that this statement, this very crucial statement, didn't appear in, Flamati's report or U's report or, private
The
first at
officers.
high speed?
The Officer Serif's report or
I could-
Officer Goody's report.
I could see why maybe a firefighter might not include it, but those cops should have had it.
Yeah.
If they had a statement indicating a vehicle crash, it should have been in their report as well. There was no crash report. Officer Serif never reported it. Officer Goody never reported it. Sergeant Goody. The other guys on scene never reported it. In fact, Serif testified that he never heard that statement ever.
Mm-hmm.
And he will again, I'm sure.
And again, how is this memory so very close in her mind? Have we gotten into when
let's
Proctor,
take a second here. The people that have claimed that she said it, okay? Jen McCabe, who, for obvious reasons, Carrie Roberts said that she heard it and then backtracked and said that she was told she said it. The paramedic Nuttall said he heard it, but he was in the back of the ambulance with closed doors at the time that it was said. And the other paramedic, who I believe said he heard something along those lines, was also in the ambulance at the time. She just testified that she went into the ambulance after that and told them that she said it. So far, the only people that have actually claimed to have heard it are Jen McCabe and this girl.
also, I
And
want Foya.
This girl said that it was in front of a cop who immediately acted on it and said, "Get Sergeant Goody down here."
Okay, Marissa, when you get done typing, would it be possible to FOIA the witness intimidation accusations to see if they actually happened before the first trial?
I don't know. I don't know if that's
The witness intimidation charges were before the first trial. I don't believe that she was involved in that, though. I don't think she has anything to do with those
Well,
witness
but she's
intimidation charges.
she's been claiming that her harassment about
Well-
her involvement with Caitlin started even before the trial, and that's why she needed to call her very special federal witness agents.
But she lies, Mo. She lies.
True. I keep doing this the way I would do something by not lying to the feds, not, granularly or holistically lying or technically lying about anything except my weight on my driver's license.
Which I think really is just expected at this point.
I think it is a tack-it agreement that we all lie.
Tack it.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm changing that to tack it.
You tried to.
Yeah, I wondered if it would be considered a continuing,
Yeah.
investigation because they're still shocked and horrid.
Well, I think that's why Turtle Boy is still. They keep continuing and continuing and continuing because on him.
That's only because this trial's still
Yeah.
ongoing. Yeah. If this trial was over, if they get a guilty plea out of this, Turtle Boy's charges will disappear.
Oh yeah.
I think they're going to make him pay. I don't think they'll disappear. I think they'll go after him harder and say, in spite of you, we won this case because we're wonderful.
Well, the problem though is that judge actually seems to make sense. Bev is in charge of that case. That judge seems to believe that there is some serious First Amendment issues at play with the Commonwealth's case.
But Cosgrove and all of them have been slow rolling everything, like discovery.
Well, yeah,
and
intentionally.
Okay. Well,
including
They're
getting
trying
the
to keep
DA
him-
stuff.
They're trying to keep him as far away from this case as possible so that he can't report, so that he can't be there, so that he can't keep poking holes in the prosecution's case.
Well, yeah, and not being a big, longtime follower of this case, I didn't know when he kind of started up. Oh, I thought I had that at 2 this whole time. I'm like, they're taking forever. I had it at normal. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Dang it, Mo. Ugh.
This is why I let Baker do this.
What does that girl's face? Did you see her face?
Which girl?
Oh, I just realized you can't see my mouth. The one,
This one right here
at the little table.
I can't remember who she is.
Back up like 5. I think she's one of the interns.
No, she's got something to do with the O'Keefe family.
No. At the little table.
This one right
at the
here?
IT table. Yeah.
She's the she works for the courthouse, I think.
She looks like she just heard something like, what the freak?
Yeah. I thought you were looking at this unfortunate tongue placement.
That's
over.
what I thought you were looking at too.
Oh, well, that's kind of gross too. I didn't see that.
See, Marissa's paying attention to the case. We're like, does that look funny to you, Valhalla? That looks hilarious to me.
Yeah.
She is an intern doing tech for defense.
Yeah. But her face was like, oh, shit.
Jackson, what the hell, dude? Come on. It's like you could have had this all figured out. Now he's starting to get the neck of Lally.
Uh-oh. You know, you taking a pee break? What's going on? What? Yeah. The side eyes on this defiant face of hers. Your RBF is not working in your favor.
She hit the payload, y'all. She hasn't had to work in like a year. Still getting paid.
First of all, take a quick glance through that series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's the thick of those.
I have everything boosted on my end, you guys. Audio just sucks.
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
Are those photographs?
Yes. Oh.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Do you see? If every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Does every one of those photographs include Caitlin Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
I don't get the objection. Can somebody help?
The relationship with Caitlin Albert
I have no
goes back
idea.
not just weeks or months,
So those look like they're her Facebook and Instagram photos, but I don't know. Is he objecting
all
for
the-
the? But is it the form of the question, or does Brennan not want him in? That's where I'm ignorant on this.
I feel like they
Is it-
just had that sidebar for this reason, though.
Okay,
Right.
that's what I
So
thought.
you want a
and-
curative instruction is what he said just then. So I don't really know what he's objecting to. Those are the pictures from the
Yeah, I
first
can't
trial.
hear.
I mean, I grew up.
Marissa, do you want to take over? Oh crap!
The reality is you did
Because
more. with Caitlin Albert
I've
than
got it
simply go to
boosted
the-
on mine, but if you've got Chrome, it might boost better.
Just keep playing it on yours, and I'll see if mine's better.
Okay.
Same school system, is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with Caitlin Albert drinking.
Sustained.
I can hear it better now.
You've been photographed
Well, AJ went back towards the mic.
through that series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those pages.
Also, this is Court TV. We were doing long crime this morning. I wonder if their sound is better.
I don't know. I feel like whatever she just did, if she boosted it more or something, it's
How
better.
do you recognize, generally, how do you recognize those documents?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Are those photographs?
Yes. Oh.
The photograph. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Sustained.
Do you see, does every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does every one of those photographs include Caitlin Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back decades. Matter of fact, more than decades.
I mean, I grew up where we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
If I can have this, please. The reality is you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system, is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with
Objection.
Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed. You've been photographed with Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends, that group of girls. You just looked at.
Yeah.
Is it the drinking part?
No, they're trying to say
And those
it's,
include,
he's
as
going
we
to
went
say
over
it's
just a second ago,
prejudicial or
4th of
something.
July vacations, correct?
But I don't
I'm
know
not
how
sure the
it
dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates
matters.
either.
Well, I don't know that beach that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
And beers?
So you've had, those photographs represent some of the celebrations that you had with Caitlin Albert and others in different, correct?
Okay, Marissa, you're a legalologist. Why the hell are they objecting other than it sucks for my case? Is it too prejudicial, not probative? I really don't
But
want to
it's-
see her girls
It's not
done wild
prejudicial.
photos.
It's not prejudicial towards Karen Reed, so I'm not really sure why she's
I mean,
sustaining it all.
It goes to the credibility, right?
Right, and they should be
That's
able
what I
to
would
challenge her
think.
credibility.
Maybe it is because like it's not to the truth of the matter. Or, I don't know.
Is it because it's not germane to the case? I mean, this is kind of going off into the weeds of, are you friends with this person?
And they were allowed in the last trial, so I'm not sure what the
Well,
basis
yeah,
is.
that's
It doesn't make sense to me. And that's the problem when you don't have speaking objections, Bev.
Yeah.
all right. Well, thank you, Marissa, for trying to help us. I just figured while we had like an actual legalologist, I was going to ask.
I'm not a legalologist.
Well, someone who pretends to be a legalologist on the YouTube.
I'm really good at Google.
That works too.
Jemima, are you tracking it all? Do you understand what the hell's going on here? Why she's not getting these questions?
Yeah, because I'm not understanding.
Let me see if
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
One?
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
Standing right next to you in the photo?
She
Her
could have been.
arms are draped
Is that
around her.
in there.
And maybe he needed
Next question,
foundation.
Mr. Jackson.
She recognized it.
May I approach?
No. Next question.
You just looked at photographs of you.
I just glanced through them.
Okay,
Sorry.
hold on.
The objection is sustained.
Why?
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school, I'm sorry, I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
On cross.
Okay. So Jedi Jess is saying part of the difference this time is that she's not really denying it the same way she did last year. So it's not really impeachment at this point. It's more to show bias than to impeach.
Okay, that actually
Thank
makes sense.
you.
But
it does, but it still pisses me off.
it's inconsistent with prior statements.
It is. And it's also like a fraction of the true story, right? Like it's a cop-out answer in my opinion, and I would argue along with Jackson.
And Uncivil says she admitted to the picture, but beyond that is not impeachment. You're assuming more of the picture. You can only ask once, and she answered.
Okay.
Does make sense. Still doesn't mean I like Bev.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes, and Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, the relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview.
Kevin Albert?
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody to set up an interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police
Coley?
called me, and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true
Proctor,
that it was actually
Yuri.
a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has...
Well, that should be able to come in then.
Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert, ever.
You can't remember who it was that set up the meeting. How can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm
Just
finished with my
hold on
question?
1 second.
Oh, sorry.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
No,
About Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
no.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that
There's
interview was
receipts.
set up? And that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory
Do
is
you have a memory or do you
Answer
not?
the question, please.
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer my question?
I don't understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up? And it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56, lines 10 through 15. Question, do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. Wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts police officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton Police about that interview or that setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now, you're very specific in your memory. There's a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton Police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
System.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role when you did, in fact, arrive.
It's hearsay.
Interview with Laughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th, 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you responded to hundreds, you believe it's possibly hundreds of calls. Is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides? Or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
This would be the first one of January 29th, 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly had never responded to a homicide of a police officer, correct?
Correct.
And
She's
you
not
mentioned
working.
Much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective, is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained, you had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialize statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of that nature?
Nope.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else, is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene, right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other, a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down, is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert, is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
There's no audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Ms. Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes.
The words you claim you heard were, I hit him, is that right?
Correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high stress situations all the time as a firefighter paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
People react differently at different scenes. Yeah.
What we're seeing here is that she doesn't understand what rhetorical means. She's like, look, I've never had to treat rectoritis, so I don't know.
I wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion?
Hey, Luna.
Questions of confusion. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, did I hit him or could I?
I did not.
Ms. McLaughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in. I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would
She
be
was
the
holding a
lead
note, wasn't she?
or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down, you didn't have any opportunity.
Typically, you would write things down on a notepad because it's very important to know if they're allergic to any allergies,
Yeah.
any medical history. It doesn't make sense, but okay.
I didn't.
You're just going by your memory.
Yes.
What the plates in 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Okay.
Show us her
Please have
taking
her
notes.
writing in a notebook. Yes, please.
Marissa, can you take it to main screen for the evidence doohickey?
For the videos.
Oh, yeah.
Pause it. Just to orient us, can you tell me where you are in that video?
And take the baker off.
I might be in the middle there, although I didn't get a
you
good
got
look.
The yellow and the red.
The wrong
Yes.
layout up for that.
I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. McLaughlin, to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it? Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
On her glove?
On your glove?
Sure.
Right. Writing on a medical glove. A nitrite? No.
Pause it. Is this still the part of the interaction where my client is overly frantic and almost hysterical?
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Frantic and almost hysterical.
She was distraught.
Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic, hysterical.
Again, hard to say from a video, but
According to you, well, that's actually, Mr. McLaughlin, it's easiest to say from a video, isn't it? It's a video. The best
yeah, I
evidence
mean,
is-
she's kind of, she's not totally in view. And I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
Right, she looks hysterical to you.
She was upset. She was very upset.
Hysterical?
I might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point which Ms. McKay is saying, calm down, you're being hysterical.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Right?
Pause it. So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him, basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she'd made.
And Officer Seraph is standing right there.
Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry.
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here. Is what?
So they handcuffed her.
No.
They didn't handcuff her,
No.
even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him."
And Officer Seraph just
Wait.
stand.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
Now there's 4.
She said 4.
Never been 4. There's never been 4 before today.
Did we biggie size the I hit 'ems? I mean, I thought that we had done biggie size it, but I'm ready to supersize this, premeditation.
Somebody got them wet after midnight and they just multiplied.
Yeah. And Flamati is nowhere in that picture.
No, Flamati
Nowhere.
is in
He's
the
in the back of the
ambulance.
yeah.
Yeah. With the door
Flamati and
shut.
Nuttall.
Because they have, somebody that's cold. They're not going to leave the door open.
Unless they're nosy. They're like, hey, no, we want to get, what's the crazy chick doing?
Yeah, right?
And Bev, stop doing your awake apnea into the mic. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Sarif about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mr. McLaughlin,
Okay, so let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
not long.
Okay, so,
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
okay.
At the end of this video.
Are you playing it again or should we put the lights on?
You can play it.
Okay.
Continue.
Why are we focusing on her and not the video?
You appear to be writing something,
Yeah, it could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right, did you write I hit him on your
No, I did not.
So play it. Still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
Pause it. Is this also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
You can have the lights up.
What were you paying attention to?
Whatever it was that you were talking to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down, correct?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
It was important enough.
Yeah.
To write things down. Yes, or no?
Yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you'd write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it. Allergies. No allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46. His age.
Right.
You might write down how he was injured. Hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was. Well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3.
Then why didn't
Okay.
you have a follow-up question? What did you hit him with? Where did you hit him?
I hit him, and then you put possible, like, would have been like, with your hands with the car? What?
Exactly. There should have been a follow-up question from a paramedic in that situation. If that
Also,
was what was said.
What she is claiming is that it was so obvious that he was hit by a car that the police officer said, "Get Sergeant Goody," and then let her drive off in said murder weapon because reasons. Okay.
3 little syllables. It was just told to you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you climbed, right?
Yeah, I had that in my head, and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen right in your right hand, writing things, correct?
Yep.
You never wrote that down. Did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that, and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You didn't memorialize that
So
statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
She just
You didn't memorialize that statement
basically
on any glove that you
counteracted
wear,
the other
correct?
two
No.
Whatever you
witness
wrote down on that
testimonies.
glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
And thank you, Betty Swallix. I forgot. Karen's car was not there. You are right. I forget whose car was there. We always ignore Brian Higgins. So I did the transitory SUV.
That was curious.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen. It's very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out of the scene wrote that down. Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
He's lying. Was it snowing?
Ma'am, when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding, was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and you said you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the phone.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say somebody named Kate. I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that.
That's exactly
No,
what
I
she
didn't.
said.
Remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends.
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Right.
Objection.
I'm going to allow.
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you described the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers,
Yes.
and the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
Remember being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall?
Yes.
And then remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting and you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up,
Yes.
followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up and you said
He's-
you didn't?
Doing
Right.
And it was
Jackson's cross for him.
Does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help him throw a case. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
Okay, this is stupid because as a paramedic, you work hand in glove with the police. So you have a working relationship with these officers. It's not like, hey, Cletus, Officer Cletus, I've never seen you. Nice to meet you. You are going to know, you are going to have talked to these. This is not like Canton, Dallas, Texas. It's like Canton, city of a-holes that all know each other.
You know how many times this woman in her 9 years, I think at this point, as a paramedic would be on scene with police officers in Canton for traffic incidents, medical emergencies. Like she would most likely know every single person at Canton PD.
Yeah, not to mention, aren't a lot of times when the paramedics are called to a dangerous situation, police officers are required to clear that situation before the paramedics can come in.
Required
I mean-
to in most cases, yes.
But apparently they don't even know each other. They are in cliques. One's in the Hellfire Club and one's on the basketball team. Stranger Things people, they better come out with season 6 before I lose my mind. Or 5. What the next season, whichever season where they kick Thickness ass.
No.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot
No.
or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you?
Why wouldn't you?
Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
I was cold.
Why didn't you persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him?
Why is he snarky?
I
Because
felt
he's a
bad for her
piece
at the
of
time.
shit.
It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Wasn't it important what hit him?
Right.
No.
Was it a rusty shovel? Was it like? Does he
And
need a
if you want
tetanus
to
shot?
pull up Lesko's
Yeah.
super chat, I'm trying to be better at stopping.
Mhm. Am I wrong, or is Stone No Emotions girl different than the one photobombing pictures and moving? Come on now. All right. Oh, thank you.
And even if something isn't a homicide, it seems very unlikely that in 6 years of being a firefighter, she's never had to go to court for anything.
Yeah.
It's a little town.
True.
I won't ever forget those statements.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A scene that was upsetting.
Yes.
For a lot of people,
Yes.
For a lot of reasons, right? And that's when things start getting missed. When emotion starts playing a role, correct? That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great for you either, was it?
It's not.
Yeah. And your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second, I'm almost finished, Your Honor. You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Owen under my question, didn't you, after that first date? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, right?
Gotcha. Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I've described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
No.
Objection.
Finally,
Hold on. If she
Wait, what
didn't
did you
know that he
say?
had that information, how in the hell did the harassment start before?
Yeah, because she can't have this timeline that the harassment started before the first trial, and then she had no idea that this was going to be a point of contention for her testimony.
Yeah. I think she just effed up there.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, Jan. Sure.
interview, that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated?
Never, no.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, we are all set. Jurors, I appreciate you going a little later into lunch, just to finish the witness. So why don't we
Ooh, with doubles? Sue birds.
All rise for the court, please.
What'd she say? God damn it, Marissa.
Sorry.
Sorry, I backed me.
45 minutes to wrap it.
45 minutes.
45 minutes. All right.
All
And
rise for
I'll
the
be
court,
caught up.
please.
Yes.
Follow me.
Okay.
And that was how long ago?
We're pretty close to live, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we were
like
about a minute.
2:10.
Okay.
So like 2:00, we'll be back.
Yes.
Sounds good.
All right.
And at 2:00, Marissa, you're going to have to start for me because I will be getting the ferals. So, but I am going to go over under 30 minutes and say we're not starting till 2:30 because it's Bev.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
All
Baker
right.
might be back by then anyway, so.
Yes. And I really wish Jackson would. I know he wants to bring up all the Albert stuff, but I wish we would focus more on, hey, did you write this in your daggone report or on your hand or in crayon anywhere? Oh, so all the officers in their crayon didn't use it either, didn't say that.
I can't do games.
Well, and I think we have to stop it in order for it to jump over to the next one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will see you back here. Get some food. Emotional support, Mike and Ike's.
I'm
I
just
got 3
trying to
hard-boiled
find
eggs.
my.
I'm gonna go make an egg salad. It's gonna be
Ooh, I'm going to go put in baked potatoes for tonight and start slow cooking pork chops for dinner too.
Okay.
outstanding.
I'm good.
Outstanding.
trying to wife this up so I can go to Nashville by myself.
I don't know why you're going to Nashville, by the way.
I mean, that place where we're all
Knoxville.
going. Look, it sounds almost the same. Y'all know I don't know. This might be why Mr. Mo's not letting me go alone.
That could be. That could be.
All right. See
All right,
y'all.
y'all.
Bye, guys.
Later.
Jen! Miss Reeds.
Yes.
Jen!
Get cut and dry. Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?